yourself.
Wanna see. Greetings and salutations, everybody. How you doing? It's another glorious Saturday afternoon. And we're here reasoning with the one, the rebel, the Ratigan himself.
Your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Big ups to everybody locked in right now. Inviting you early out. Call a friend, tell a friend. Friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and enemies too. Call up somebody, anybody, everybody. Jeffrey Warrell, bless up, bro. Elaine, the big sister from another mister. Lily of the Valley. Greetings, Ronnie. Mavis, bless up. So much love. Merlin, the magical one.
Open your eyes and know for yourself.
The silent boss, OT there in the wings. Blessings done. Patel, much love. Daniel, much respect. LW.
And see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Kingsley, Jeff.
Open your eyes and see for yourself.
Don, Podlin.
Know for yourself.
Bless up, everybody. Hey, listen. As we hear early to class, do remember, contributions help with the work of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Rally is coming up at the end of the year. Get on it early. Every mickle make a muckle. The 1-1 cocoa will fill the basket. Blessings to my baby mother, Andrea.
Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes.
Falmouth girls, blessings to you. Those of you who have not supported the Magnitsky Act and the no, my words, leave me. The petition. If you have not signed the petition, you're encouraged to do so. Do not make any donations where you sign the petition. Just go and sign the petition and keep it moving.
See for yourself. Open your eyes.
If you want to make a donation, go on over to ojldf.net. Make your donations there. Any contributions you want to make, any questions you have that you want to ask, ojldf.net is where you want to be. And sometimes, if you go on a Wednesday to come reason with Rattigan, make a phone call, you'll get a lot of your questions answered right then and right there. Marjorie, Otis, blessings. Corrine, much love.
Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Yeah, those of you that are wondering, I'm the official hype man for Reason with Rattigan.
Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Yeah, so it's a rebel rolling. Representing. I'm not too sure about them colors in a rebel. People going to label you more and more, like you don't get enough labels already. Queen Breezy. Blessings one done. People, you wait until you see this brother rolling. DeAndre. Oh, sorry. There's no apostrophe. DeAndre.
See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Today we're going on quite the journey. We'll take a ride. Let's see if we can get onto the bus. It's a talk of the town. Carol, Desmond, much love, blessings. Hey Tracy. What am I stewing up? All of my stewing up come at 8 o'clock, reggaeglobalradio.com. 8 o'clock, you come and you get what I am stewing up.
See for yourself.
Right now, it's just to make sure that everything is in place so that the lecture can go on good. Because the professor is here. Elaine, you heard the buses are called Patty Pan.
See for yourself.
Well, that means that them hot.
Know for yourself.
That's what you're hearing, Elaine.
Open your eyes.
Enough volts of megawatt.
Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Miss Rita. Style up the people and bus program so. These people in the chat, you're all so rough. It's one of the biggest initiatives ever. Why y'all behaving like that? GG Jones, you just run in, talk to people and calm them down for the please and thanks. I don't know why them so rough over here. I don't know. Rebel, you need to do something about your students, you know.
See for yourself.
Because them come in and they just choose violence.
Know for yourself.
Okay, Tracy Ann, do listen. Yeah, at 8 o'clock is the Saturday stew. I get to fill your musical bowls. So come with it empty. We'll fill it up and have a nice vibe. Right after I am on from 8 to 10, the Rebel comes back. You get to relax with the Rebel up until midnight. When he leaves the air chair at midnight, then he turns over things to Dr. Love. So you get your prescription filled. From now until tomorrow morning, sometime around about 2 o'clock, it's live and in living color, vibes. And then we're back tomorrow afternoon. Well, there's live broadcasting on Reggae Global Radio all the time. But Rebel and I come back tomorrow, 2 p.m. tomorrow, Eastern. And with us, we're dragging Gussie Clark along. So you hear more about that a little bit later on. But yes, that's the lineup from now till tomorrow. So make sure you have everything lined up, everything that you need, everything you want, so that we can just be comfortable. Feel free, get up and stretch. Call up some people, tell them come on over, tune into the broadcast with you, take your notes, and ask your questions, make your comments, keep things respectful. Don't call people out of them name too much. I don't know. Rebel, what you feel like? You know, show up.
Yeah, okay.
Sometimes I have a wonder about Rebel, you know.
Oh, you know what, Kevin?
Warm to your mic. Your mic sound funky, Bridget.
You can't check it through.
No,
Mic
sir.
check.
That can sound right at that.
You can't check it through. Everything right at the
Alright, so here how some of these condenser mics work sometimes. Unplug it from the mic and plug it back in. No, I unplug it and I can't find where to plug it back in, people. I don't know.
Mic check.
No, you still sound like you're underwater, Bridget. No, man. That. Okay. Go on again.
Mic check.
Hold on.
Mic check. Mic check.
You kind of sound okay on the stream. Yeah, man, you sound good on the stream. You just don't sound good in the network.
Mic.
But it's alright. As long as the people can hear you. As people can hear you good.
I'm nervous. OT, never nervous.
No, I nervous all the time. Now, people, before every broadcast, I am nervous. And I feel the moment I stop being nervous before a broadcast, I need to do something else.
No, never nervous. I miss Rattigan Sundays. Never nervous.
One ever prepared. One have everything in place. Jeez, bossy. My next life, I want to be you, Bridget.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, everybody hearing you loud and clear.
Oh, Mega know the outfit. All right, Mega. Hey, Mega, we're up on a winning streak. You know, we beat the Mets. A double header 2 days ago, you know. So we're up on a winning streak. Anyway, people, we could big up Kevin and said thanks to all of you for tuning in to Reason with Rattigan, the place where we educate the people and hold government accountable. Big up, 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 big up. You could have chosen to be somewhere else, but you did the right thing. You're here with us today. And believe me, we will not disappoint. We will not disappoint. Um, I was listening to Kevin and I talk about the Pativan buses and all of them buses. Well, I'm going to get an education about buses today. And believe me, when we're through, when we're done, you can go anywhere and talk about the issues regarding the rural school bus program. You will be an expert on that program when we're done. So, Kevin, what you say?
Ready to roll, Bridget. Ready to roll.
All right. All right. People, listen, Malcolm X said, without education, you are not going anywhere in this world. I mean, it's as simple as that. And when he said education, people remember Malcolm X has no formal education. He never got no college and get no PhD. But here what the man said. Man said, without education, you're not going anywhere in this world. When he say education, he's talking about formal or informal. They're just as good. Don't make nobody fool you. Miss P, me know y'all listen to me. You are our PhD, real PhD. We're not talking about the other people and we go to school and swat and copy and all of them things there.
The ones have permanent head damage.
Permanent head damage, yeah. Through the issues. Yeah, people like Miss P and others, who call him on a Wednesday, call him on a Saturday, who listen to the program, who not call in. Common sense. Common sense, man, I tell you. It's not so common after all. Not so common after all. So part of being educated, Kevin, is to realize. Tell me what you think about this. Is to realize that not every fact is true. And here's where I learned that. I learned that in law school from a Professor Weissman who taught me evidence. And he said, sometimes you offer a document and you offer the document not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the fact that things were written, or you offer evidence to say that it was said. What it means is that, hey, I'm giving you a document. This is a fact. This is a fact. I'm giving you a document. No, what the document says, I'm not saying it's true. I'm just offering it to you to say, somebody said it. Now it's up to you whether you believe it or not. So, not every fact. It is a fact that is written. Something is written. It is a fact. But is whatever is written, is it true?
Yes.
That's how we want you to think around here. That just because you see it on a piece of paper and somebody says it's a fact, doesn't mean it's true.
I learned that. I learned that from going through the court transcripts for the Rodney Reed case, the Rodney Reed Stacey Stites murder case, and presenting on it from 2019 through to present. So when you look at the transcript, it tells you one thing. When you look at the evidence and when you talk to people who have been there, talk to people that know them, something completely different.
There you go. There you go. So people want you to keep that. So when people come to you and say, it is a fact, it doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's true. So we're going to test that theory around here today. And, there's another one I want to test as well, but we'll wait later on in the program and I'll mention it. GG, just so you know, I spoke with Tony Moore. I think he's watching the program now from Nigeria. So it was great catching up with him. And I want to thank you for the link. So Tony and I, we're good right now. Tony, big up yourself, Mr. Moore. Look, let's just jump into the slideshow here and see what producer Joan have for us. All right, turn a blind eye to corruption and you lose sight in the other eye. All right. Let me start out with this. I have to read this poem, Kevin, because this, I say, we're not nervous. We're not come nervous, but we come prepared. And what we also need when we're there, we need some boom. You know, we need some boost in our skin. We need something to say, yes, start out now. Start out with power. Start out with strength, and just
Right,
going
right.
like. And I want to read this poem here. I mean, this poem here is outstanding, marvelous. Read it last week, and it's just it'll live inside of my head. So I just want to read it again. Shadows on the wall, noises down the hall. Life doesn't frighten me at all. Bad dogs barking loud, big ghosts in a cloud. Life doesn't frighten me at all. Dragons breathing flame on my counterpane. That doesn't frighten me at all. Tough guys fight all alone at night. Life doesn't frighten me at all. Panthers in the park, strangers in the dark. No, they don't frighten me at all. I've got a magic charm that I keep up my sleeve. I can walk the ocean floor and never have to breathe. Life doesn't frighten me at all. Not at all. Not at all. Life doesn't frighten me at all. And so, folks, that's how we're going to start off the program. I know. Not frightening around here. We're going to just talk out the truth and let the chips fall where they may. Whoever gets hurt, so be it. Because at the end of the day, it's not about politics, politicians, or political party. It's about people. People come before all of those things. That's why we're here. Let me see what else. All right. Oh, I guess I did skip and I talk about. So, folks, first topic, and it's been all over the news. It's been traditional media, social media. It's been the subject of gossip, contemplation, speculation. It's been everything, and that is Member of Parliament DARYL Vaz and the Rural School Bus Program. And people are asking a myriad of questions. Why this program? Why now? What's going on with it? How much it costs? What about the buses? We are going to dissect all of this for you today. And if you look, you see it says the full story, part one. You know why? Because there is so much that we don't think we're going to be able to finish it. I know there are some who would love for us to finish it. And I too would love to finish it today. But I have to manage your expectations so that you don't, if we don't finish it, you don't say, well, you say, we thought you were going to finish it. Why are you leaving us on a cliff? No, we have to come back next week. So I just want to manage your expectations to let you know that we might not finish it because there's so much, but I can guarantee you this. Doesn't matter where we end tonight. The amount of information you are going to receive is enough to keep you talking and discussing this issue until next time we meet to discuss it. We're also going to talk about Claudette Thompson. A lot of people, they've never heard the name in relationship to the DPP. That's a very common name, Claudette Thompson. A lot of you might even have relatives with that name. But when you say Claudette Thompson, DPP, a lot of you can't make the connection. And it's not surprising because she's been in the background a lot. And the first time that we saw her on the public stage, so to speak, was when she was named acting DPP last year when DPP Paula Llewellyn, can't pronounce her name, Paula Llewellyn, stepped aside. I think it was from April till December. Right, because she was installed as the acting DPP for 6 months. And then she received an extension. And I believe the court ruled in December of last year. And Miss Llewellyn came back in January of this year. So we're going to talk about should Claudette Thompson be the next DPP. The reason being, people are talking about her in the media. And I don't hear them talking about anybody else. And I'm just curious as to whether this could be another Dennis Chung type situation where the Services Commission is just looking at one person when we have quite a few eminently qualified people in Jamaica who can occupy that seat. And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to look at Miss Claudette Thompson's record. We're going to look at her record to see whether or not she's deserving of the position. Or, well, she should. I'm sure they'll say she's deserving of consideration of the position. But whether or not she's deserving of occupying that seat, we're going to present some things to you. And again, these things are facts, but they're also true. Some facts are true. These are facts we're going to show you, but they're true. And when I say true, they will be coming from not just a newspaper, they will be coming from the bench. We're going to read you what the judges say in cases that she represented the Queen. Because that's who she actually, it's a people, but Queen she represent, right? The third subject, MKHWANAZI'S, Bombshell in South Africa, any parallel in Jamaica. That topic, very important. Last week, Sunday, I got a phone call from a dear friend. He's watching the program now, lives in Cape Town. And he called and said, listen, you need to go watch this press conference. And I watched the press conference, and it was this gentleman by the name of MKHWANAZI. He's a provincial commissioner. It would be like the equivalent of chief of police for the entire state, for a state. And he was making some allegations against the Minister of Police, a Deputy Commissioner of Police, and several others. And included in that, the police commissioner got involved and all of this. And it was, I felt a sense of unease because the day before, on Saturday, just before the program started last Saturday, I had a conversation with someone in South Africa who knows all of these folks. And we were talking. And there was one person that had lost their number. And I got the number, I was supposed to call them back last week, Saturday. Didn't get a chance to. And that person was mentioned the following day. Now, the sense of unease is that I know all of these people and I know them quite well. And South Africa is in turmoil right now. You can just go to Google or to YouTube and just put that name in, MKHWANAZI, and just put police scandal. Just put that name only, and you will see a ton of stuff coming up. And tomorrow, the president of South Africa will address the country on this issue. That's how significant this issue is. Very significant. No, we plan to have Andy Mashaile, former or retired retired official with Interpol, also a security strategist. We planned on having him today. I just got off the phone with him. Well, I got off the phone about 20 minutes ago. They're having issues with electricity where he is. So he won't be able to join us today. So I'm not going to do that story because it wouldn't make sense doing the story without Andy being here, because he's been all over the media as well, commenting on this story. But I believe that there are parallels between that story and what's going on in Jamaica, or there should be parallels. So for today, we're only going to do 2 stories. But I can tell you this, and Kevin do all of the work already. I can tell you that the rural school bus program, that story alone, we could run that for 7 hours, 8 hours, easy. Easy. So that's where we are with the topics. Let me see what else. Oh yeah, just me and Kev. Oh, Mr. Vumvavi, uh, he'll join us at some point whenever he's ready. There it is with our guest, um, Andy Mashaili. We have Colin Bell coming on later on, and TT from Rison Medical and Aesthetics. She'll join us later on. The engagement norms, we all know them. We should abide by them. We have people in the chat, monitors, that if you go off the rails, they're going to do what is necessary to make sure we're not distracted. All right, monitors, keep your eyes peeled as usual. All right, so folks, we'll start with this. The truth will set you free, but first, it is going to make you miserable, especially if you don't want to hear it. There's another one that says, I listen to the truth, but not from you. But it should matter to you. Wherever the truth is coming from, that source should be embraced. Should be embraced. At least, if for no other reason, for the fact that truth is being spoken to you. But
Some
yes.
people,
Yeah,
some people want to embrace the source by the truth.
that's true. That's But I want you to pay close attention to this, my people. The truth will set you free, but it is going to make you miserable at first. And today we're going to make quite a few people miserable. Quite a few people miserable. So, and the thing about it is that you can't escape this misery because we're using our OT and producers, OT and Joan. I think they have this new thing that they're going to apply to the program today, so we can clip and send things out during the week. So that being the case, OT, are your version of the truth? No, 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 OT, no, not our version of the truth. We're going to play what these people say, and then we're going to put what they say to the test objectively. So it's not like we're looking at something and we're saying, or we just don't like a person and we just make a comment about the person. No, it's nothing like that. Nothing like that. So I have another one too. It says, and I'll mention it when we start going through some of this, when we're going through the segment. It said, let us not seek a PNP or a JLP answer to a problem that's affecting our people. Let us seek the right answer for the people. Think about that. We're not looking for a PNP solution to an issue affecting the people, or a JLP, because once you start doing that, you get tribal. What we're looking for the right answer. And wherever the right answer come from, we're going to go there. Wherever the right answer come from. And if you fail to produce right answers, then you're going to be miserable, because we're going to talk about the truth. And in talking about the truth, we want to set you free, because you're trapped. We want to set you free. All right. Anyone who wants to tackle corruption, I can't see the rest of this. Oh, must be willing to go all the way. There are no shortcuts. There are no shortcuts.
I don't know how that one just went haywire. Weird.
Okay. Without strong watchdog institutions, impunity becomes the very foundation upon which systems of corruption are built. And when we say that, we're talking about strong watchdog institutions. In Jamaica, in the case of Jamaica, we're talking about the Integrity Commission, primarily. But then you also have the Auditor General's Office. You also have the Financial Investigations Division. But the primary one is the Integrity Commission. And we have to make sure that it is strong. And right now, it is being weakened by the same politicians, by some of the same politicians who established it. Why? Because it's not in their interest at this point in time. Ann Brown said, beg you that shirt. And all right, Ann, whenever you're ready, tell me you're there, I'm going to get to the shirt.
And it's a Baltimore shirt. Let's make it clear. It's a Baltimore Orioles shirt. Are you into baseball?
See, there's a government for protecting business only, including individual businesses run by the politicians, is but a carcass. You know what a carcass is? And soon falls by its own corruption and decay. And that's what we're seeing in Jamaica. That's what we're seeing in Jamaica. I don't want to use up all of them because we have some of them where we have to go back to, Kevin. Let me see. All right. So, make a move this, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But remember the first one. Go back and put it up the phone, huh? This, well, not the first one, but this one. The truth will set you free, but first it will make you miserable. So, Kevin, it's almost time to make some people miserable, but let me just go through some other things. All right.
The moment 3 o'clock hit, everybody start get miserable.
So, relax with the rebel tonight. Tonight we're gonna go back, not too far back, but we're gonna go back and play some '90s reggae, some hits from the '90s, and that was a time I went back and started reminisce and while listening, and it was a time, Kevin, when a lot of the artists were focused on and it's a family oriented program, so I'm gonna be nice. They were focused on being bedroom bullies, and so you hear them talk about you never hear too many songs about violence, no killing people. You had a couple of those.
True.
Yeah. But most of the songs was about bedroom antics. And
Yes.
but not to worry, we'll keep it clean and subtle and between the lines. I've eliminated some of the more explicit ones. So,
Thank you. I wouldn't want to have to remove you from the broadcast schedule for the night.
yeah, I had to listen to all of them. I had to listen to all that. See, Missy Brown Brown. That one I took. I didn't. I'm not playing that one, Missy. Bike back.
Wait, is it now? There are a couple of bike backs, so you have to specify which one.
I listened to was kind of explicit. Maybe I don't know if that's the one, but I shouldn't tell that. Missy, I take that back because maybe it's not the one
Yeah.
that it's not the one that I listen. Look at this. Nifty friend said, right up my alley. so that's what we're gonna play tonight. Right? And I have 3 hours. I tried to compress all of this, into like a playlist for 2 hours. But I have 3 hours worth of bedroom bully songs, mostly bedroom bully songs. So um, tune in. If for nothing else, you'll like the rhythm. The rhythm catchy and you will be dancing. You know what I'm saying? So, clean lyrics. Yes, Missy. Clean lyrics. Clean lyrics. Yeah. We're going to show how inventive some of these artists are, how they play with the language in a clever way. You're going to
Mhm.
hear. Yeah. W. We're going to talk about the Magnitsky as well. Yeah. No, listen. So that's Relax with the Rebel tonight at 10 until midnight, followed by Dr. Love from midnight till 2. DJ Kevin Stew will go from 8 to 10. So that's the lineup. DJ Kevin Stew 8 to 10, Rebel 10 to midnight, Dr. Love midnight to 2. Tune in and be entertained. No, easy like Sunday with the Rebel. Tomorrow afternoon on Reggae Global Radio between 2 and 4, our special guest will be none other than the incomparable Gussie Clark. He will be here to talk about his latest musical endeavor and his connection to the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. Um, He's doing good work, outstanding work with them. You're going to be impressed. So make plans to join us tomorrow, and that's from 2 to 4 p.m. Come Reason with Rattigan. That's the Wednesday night program. Let me apologize. Let me apologize, Kevin. I have to apologize. Let me apologize to producer OT. And I know she's here. I just saw, yeah, there she is. Right. Because I promised her, as I do every week, that the program would end by 10:30. And I was so sure that it would end by 10:30 this past Wednesday. Why? Because Dr. Ben could not make it. So I said, okay, so Dr. Ben is not here, so we'll finish early then. But we went way beyond 10:30 and kept her away from her beauty sleep. And but the show was fantastic, and I'd like to thank all of you for tuning in and participating. And so, of course, big up the now fully patient, because I said she's partially patient last week, but she full patience this past Wednesday. Fully patient, always passionate, purpose driven, and extremely hardworking producer OT. Big up yourself.
Yes.
10:30 went, I think, to 1 o'clock. So and I was just revving up at that time.
People,
All right.
just to show you, this past Wednesday I was on here at 10 o'clock. So I started after him and I was done before him, and I got done at midnight. Take that into consideration.
You're playing me under the bus, man. I wonder which one of them, the small one, the pocket. The producer, you know, say, Kevin, I'll lead you up to the story. You know, I don't know if it's the popcorn one, the plus 30, the one to 84, the one to 90. I don't know which one. But that's it, go.
I got in on the bus. General Tree say, what? In on the bus.
Now, let me say prayers up for Papa Trevor. Big up yourself, Papa Trevor. Ma P, Ma Jean, Desmond Paul, Bunny Jump, my brethren who up on the live, yeah. Jonah Marie, Fireball, Jaranji was asleep. Fit is the hardest dread. Mrs. Nelson, Bobby De Souza, stay some my brother. Mr. Baxter, hey, Mr. Baxter. She say, I get better. Me see I eat some wicked food and other thing there, you know. Our first watch, I eat brunch there. Go and big up yourself. Me soon come join you. Angie go and take care of him. Sassy Diva, Raleigh, Danny Goops, and Roland, the valiant one. And, let me put this up there. Folks, I just want to say condolences to the Manisons out of Durban and the Christoffels out of Cape Town on the passing of Uncle Lenny. Wonderful, wonderful man. Warm, knowledgeable. Just a pleasure to be around. And I mean, he make the best snook with Coca-Cola and apricot sauce. Sadly miss. Will never be forgotten. See me, Uncle Lenny. Big up yourself. Yeah. Sorry, can't make it to the funeral, but thoughts and prayers with the family. Both families. So, Uncle Lenny, rest in peace. Live a full life. So, all right, Uncle. Say, Missy Bram, I big you up in Uncle Lenny. She said, sleep well. Yes. TM Rose said it was worth. Hey, Kevin, see that? It was all worth those hours. See that? TM Rose was there from whenever until whenever. I don't.
When the host can't even give you a timeline, that says it all.
Then
You were there from when till when?
when? Hey, Michael, join me. Michael, big up yourself. Michael, say, man, make a baby tonight.
Yes, sir.
Michael,
You think?
careful enough. Be careful because I hope you either get married to the lady or you're gonna have that be prepared to pay the child support, Be prepared to pay the child support. So I just said that. Let me say also, folks, that without Kevin and producer Joan, none of this would be possible. I mean, they make the, you hear me say, me come on, me not nervous. I mean, I said, it's a jokingly say, yeah, Mrs. Rattigan's son. That's true. Because my mother never see a microphone or she not love. No fear whatsoever, nothing. She just walk up, grab the mic, and she start talk. But a part of it is that they make it so easy for me that even if I wanted to be nervous, can't be nervous because them set everything up. I mean, them laugh after me every Saturday. Anyway, it's a running joke that I come up with. But I'm learning though. I come up with 10 things and say, boy, I want to talk about them 10 things here. And them say, you cannot talk about those 10 things in 5 hours. You cannot. I'm going to try. I'll try. All right, fine. It won't happen. So we just want to say big up to our ambassadors, the people who are responsible for the Magnitsky. And big up to our producer extraordinaire, producer Joan. And of course, my main man. You know him, you love him. The man of the hours, the man with the powers, the man too sweet to be sour. DJ Kevin Stu.
True.
So that's where we are. Now, Kevin, we just want to tell the people something. I think we could start with the DPP thing. All right. Folks, if you remember, DPP Paula Llewellyn, she prosecuted Vibes. Well, no, it was Jeremy and some other attorneys. They prosecuted. All right, let me back up. Let me just say it. The ODPP, the office, prosecuted Vibes Cartel. And during the prosecution, if you recall, one juror made attempts to bribe all of the other jurors, except one, I think, except one, because that lady who was removed from the panel, she actually went to visit her son, and her son was in prison with some of the defendants, and there were some issues there that they identified his mom, and so she begged off. But the remaining jurors were bribed or attempted to be bribed by one juror. And so the judge had a meeting in his chambers. And in his chambers, the jury forewoman, she came and she informed them, said, yes, this gentleman is going around and he's offering us money to let the defendants go. And the judge asked the DPP, Miss Paula Llewellyn, essentially said, well, what do you want to do? Because, and it was a tough call for them because in Jamaica, you can't, in a murder trial, you can't have the trial cannot proceed with only 10 jurors. You have to have 11, or they started out with 12, and remember they lost one person. They were down to 11, and if they had to remove this one juror, then they would be down to 10, and they can't render a verdict. That's just the law in Jamaica. So for a whole bunch of reasons, the DPP said, no, just remind them of their oath to render a decision based on the evidence. The defense attorneys, at least a couple of them, they objected. And they said, no, it's tainted. We can't move forward. They moved forward. The man was found guilty. He appealed, and the appeal went all the way to the Privy Council. And as you may recall, Privy Council sent it back to the Court of Appeal because they said, hey, there was a violation of rights here, of his rights to a fair trial. You can't have a tainted jury render a verdict, or a jury that's exposed to taint, because then their verdict is going to be exposed to criticism. And when the case was kept sent back, the DPP, Miss Paula Llewellyn, she was interviewed on nationwide radio about why did she go forward, knowing that there was this specter of taint. And she said, and Kevin, we played the tape.
Yep.
Hey,
With the interview.
yeah, she said, hey, I've worked with tainted jurors before, and it's not just me, it's me and Jeremy. So she threw her assistant at King's Counsel, she threw him under the bus as well. So I filed an action against her with the General Legal Counsel, the organization that regulates the conduct of attorneys in Jamaica. I later found out that they really couldn't do her anything because she's a government attorney, and so they're kind of exempt from, I don't know why, but they're kind of exempt from the GLC, because the GLC looks primarily at private or attorney or attorneys in private practice, not government attorneys. But in any event, I went ahead and I filed it, and I wasn't not the only person to file. My good brethren out of the UK, Roland, he filed as well. And we put all of the evidence there, and we put all of the canons that we believe she violated. And that there were several. By the time it got to the disciplinary committee, there was a change at the head of the GLC, the disciplinary, and it's now run by Mr. Champagne. That's what I've been told. And they looked at the evidence, and he said, you failed to make out a case, and that's it. You failed to make out a case. So it's all right, no problem. And then if you recall, the DPP ran into a little bit of a problem because she wanted to be extended. She filed for an extension with the Services Commission. They told her no, because under the Constitution, you already have your one extension, which brought you to age 63. And they also told her that the Prime Minister is not in favor of it. About 2-3 months later, we saw where they said, they, meaning the government, we're going to now amend the Constitution so that we can give the DPP a new lease on life. We can have her go to 65. They also, to kind of not make it look unique to just the DPP, they said, okay, we also want to extend this lease on life to the Auditor General, which is going to be it's causing a problem for them now, because she's not 65. The Auditor General is about 59. And she also sits on the Integrity Commission, and her report coming out of the Auditor General's office, they're causing problems for the government. Not because she's exposing anything, because this woman the only way you see her is you see a picture of her. She doesn't come on the media and talk about any of this. But it's because people like me, people like Tavares and others, we are people like Jamp, Jeanette Calder, people like Daniel Archer, people like Rosalie Hamilton. All these people, we are highlighting her work. And so Mr. Tavares, if you want to, you send me something. If you want to come on the program, come on the program. If you don't want to come on it, Joan, producer Joan, you see where Jeffrey right though. I don't give him nothing. See, I don't give him nothing, right? I didn't give him anything. And you see, it says the bottle of tonic that you, Mr. Rattigan, gave me. Mr. Vumbavi, let it be known, I did not give you anything, sir. And I did not sell you anything. And I did not purchase anything for you. So I have nothing to do with whatever you're talking about. But anyway, the DPP So she got her extension. She got her extension. And she said, "Oh, I got my extension. I want the extension because I want to finish up some things here, some administrative things, and blah, 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 blah." And you ask, she's the longest serving DPP. She's been there from Wapi Kill him friend, right? And and I don't understand why it took her so long to do all of these little admin things that she said she wanted to do. Yes, Jennifer Allen, Andre Stevens as well. Yeah. So um so now she's getting ready to leave. And there is this curious case of the prime minister's involvement in illicit enrichment, allegedly. There's this curious case that's sitting over at the FID, Financial Investigations Division, run now or headed now by the prime ministers or a friend, an associate of the prime ministers. We've seen pictures of them. And so we're afraid that one of the possible options that could be exercised is the head of the FID sending that case concerning the prime minister over to this DPP who has to leave by September 20th, on or about. So we're watching that. People don't lose sight of that they could, Mr. Dennis Chung could forward this information to the DPP and she could just say, "I'm not going to prosecute," and that's it. And we would never know until later on. And who we're going to blame? Dennis Chung is going to say, "I did what I'm statutorily required to do," or at least one of the things I could do. You can't blame the Minister of Finance because she's going to say, "I had nothing to do with it." And the Prime Minister is going to say, "Look, I'm so far removed from this thing that it's not funny." So keep your eyes on the DPP. But here's the thing. The DPP, I say all of that to bring you up to speed, to let you know that the DPP is going to leave on or around September 20th. The question is, who will replace her? Who's going to replace her? Yeah, you can throw that down to me, Kevin. Yeah, while Kevin is pulling down some things, we have some nice videos to show you today, and we have some documents to show you today. Let me see. Oh, talk to me, Kevin. Talk to me.
I like that new one. I like that new one. So, where you see, it's so you have a lot of time that we need to dedicate to this journey and the vehicle that we'll be traveling this journey in, or vehicles, as the case may be, because we have 10 or 12,000 individual miles to cover. So, the journey today, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts, grab your helmets, will be quite the journey. Lots of questions, lots of answers that we're looking for. Some of them we have been given, we just didn't pay attention when we were given, because the very same people that make you ask a question already give it the answer. So you're gonna have to do some math. You're gonna have to do some mental ability. We're going back to primary school, no rebel. It was math, science, mental ability, right?
Yes.
So we're gonna use up some mental ability. We'll use up some math. Why, rebel? Why? It
I,
don't happen when I do it. Why?
I have no idea, my brother. It's like them set up my thing over there, as soon as I click on something, it's gone.
Only when you do it. All
I
right,
said,
so we're back, rebel, in a moment. But this DPP here, our acting DPP situation here, is one that has been long going, ongoing, and seems quite convenient. At each stage of the game, things happen out of convenience. Convenience that the DPP has an extension on her tenure. Convenience that the DPP seems to be representing the government versus being an independent. It's just a lot of convenience. And so here comes someone who is going to be taking over the mantle, and you have to ask the question: is it more of the same?
Mm-hmm.
Now, my question that goes along with this is: if this administration, if this party is no longer the ruling party, how does that affect their operation?
All right. Let me answer that. You can, and listen carefully, people. The government has to make an announcement regarding who will replace who they would like to replace the current DPP.
Mm-hmm.
The problem they face is this: while they may nominate that person, they cannot appoint the person. The person who's going to be appointed, the person who will appoint that DPP is the Governor General. And you cannot appoint a DPP while you have a DPP occupying office. So that appointment will have to take place after September 20th. Now, an election is scheduled somewhere before September 20th, I believe, constitutionally, it will happen. I think it's the latest it can go, barring unforeseen events, is around, I think, around the 15th, because the election was on the 3rd, but the 5-year period goes from the time Parliament is seated. And I think Parliament was seated, I think, like almost 2 weeks after the election in 2020. So it's not 5 years from the date of the election, it's 5 years from when Parliament was seated. So you're looking at somewhere around September 17th, somewhere around there.
Oh, okay.
So you can't have two. You cannot have two DPPs. You can have with this lady Claudette Thompson. What we had was an acting DPP and a DPP who was going through some timeout situation. They just put her because of the court decision and everything that was going on. But you can't have two DPPs. So you will have Paula Llewellyn, and you may have a nominee. But in terms of that person being appointed, it can't happen until Paula or the DPP, her exit. She has to leave office. No, you may ask, can she leave office early? Yeah, of course.
Are they both getting paid?
Well, both of them right now are getting paid, yes, because Claudette Thompson is no longer the acting, because when Paula Llewellyn came back in January, that position was no longer existed. So it was the DPP, and then this lady, Miss Claudette Thompson, she was some executive over at the ODPP. So she was getting paid as an employee, but not getting paid as an acting DPP.
Mm.
No, Kesu, that's what I'm saying, Kesu. They can say, what the government can say is that we want Mr. X, Governor General, this is our nominee. This is the person we want to be the next DPP. But the Governor General can't appoint until the person who's occupying the office is gone. So that person has to leave, and then they say, okay, all right, fine. And they can do it the same day. The person can leave in the morning, and right after that person is gone, they say, okay, that the position is filled now by this person. But they can't do it before. That's my understanding. And if somebody has information that is different, please, I'm open to being fully corrected. So let's talk about this lady, this Claudette Thompson. Let's put her in the spotlight, Kevin. Um, Let me see. Share screen. Oop, oop. All right.
Scholar.
This is Claudette Thompson is Jamaica's acting DPP. The story of her rise to prominence, and that's what's that? Nationwide News on 22nd of April, 2024, and there she is. And they're saying now the country has it. So the question is, who is Claudette Thompson? And Kevin, you might have to help me with this thing because again, my stuff it just. So they said she has, at the time, almost 20 years as a prosecutor. She was 49, and let's go back at the date. Last year, so she's 50 now, right? She has previously acted as DPP in 2019, and they started telling you about the things that she did. She was clerk of the court in St. Anne before becoming assistant crown counsel at the ODP, and they said she featured prominently in several high-profile cases, including the anti-gang case that led to the conviction of the boss of the one-down faction of the Klansman gang, Andre Blackman Bryan. She featured prominently. Well, we are going today we are going to look to see how she was featured prominently. Because you can be featured prominently negatively, I guess, or featured prominently positively, if that's possible. The way I'm playing with the language. But when you read this as featured prominently, and based on my experience, when I say featured prominently, it tells me that there's something wrong there. When I say featured, what I should have said is that she led the prosecution in several high-profile cases, resulting in convictions and all of that stuff. If I don't see that and I say featured, think with me, people. And if I say featured, when you see this, just say, If she worked on these cases, why is it that we don't see that they said that she led or she was co-prosecutor in these high-profile cases that resulted in convictions of all of the defendants? Keep that in mind because we're going to look at this featured prominently business here. See this? Here's another one. When you see this, say also pivotal. You see that language, that word pivotal? It's a word that it could mean anything. What I would like to see, because she's a prosecutor, I would like to say she also successfully prosecuted and convicted the Uchenz Wilson gangsters. That's the language I'm looking for. When I say she was also pivotal, it could mean anything. It could mean that she served a document. It could mean that she made an argument. She questioned one of the witnesses. It could mean anything. Here's another. Look below that. You see another one right there? She featured prominently in the conviction. No, don't tell me that. Tell me that she led the prosecution and resulted in conviction. And so they started telling you. Here's another one. See that? She also featured. Kevin, you can't make this bigger for me. People, you can't say this. You can't. Trish said, why don't you look at the Constitution and see where it states the qualifications for a DPP? I've looked at the Constitution. I've looked at the qualifications for a DPP. And you have to be careful when you say that they departed. When you say you will see that they departed, who departed, when did they depart, why did they depart? It's a whole range of questions. So you just have to be careful when you raise those questions. Just think ahead. I'm not saying you haven't. I'm just saying think ahead, because if the feeling is that DPP Paula Llewellyn, there was something unconstitutional about giving her the position in the beginning, then state your case, and then we'll deal with that. Okay, them say much better. All right. So you see right here where it says at the top, she featured. No, no. But then it goes on to say that, where she went to school, and she lectured on topics including cross examination and re examination 101. I don't see anything there about lecturing on submission of evidence, because that's where I think we're going to go today with this young lady. We're going to talk about submission of evidence, and you're going to find her. But I'll leave you to make up your mind. No, that was in April of 2024. Here's another one. This one is from the Observer. Acting DPP gets, because the first one was just introducing her to people who didn't know her. And then this one is saying that attorneys gave her a thumbs up, saying she's a consummate professional, meaning she'll go on with things. There she is. And that her appointment has been welcomed by members of the private bar, who said, this lady here, she knows what she's doing. Now let's see who said things about her. The first one is defense attorney Alexander Shaw. Said he worked with her in a number of cases and was not bothered that she was selected. He said she is consistently displayed fairness. And he went on to describe her in glowing terms. So that's him. He also said the appointment was approved. Okay, so I stand corrected. It's 6 or 1/2 dozen of the other. You appoint, but it has to be approved. So you can't appoint and just put her in the position. The Governor General must play a role through the Public Service Commission. So there we are. Let me see who else said anything about her. There's somebody else. All right. Who's Harris? Somebody named Harris. Oh, Tamika Harris, chair of the Criminal Practice and Procedure Committee of the Jamaican Bar Association, said she's well suited to serve as DPP. She's talking about Miss Thompson. And then here's another one, Andrea White of White Walters Law. Glowing things to say about her. Said, I think the administration of justice will be further served by her being the acting DPP. I do think that the administration of justice will be further served by her being the acting DPP. Keep that in mind, people. There it is right there. He said, in my dealings with her, she has come across as balanced and fair with a sound understanding of the law. And I do think that the administration of justice will be further served by her being the acting DPP. Really? We're going to look at that. What else we have here, Kevin? Is that let me see who else. Former prosecutor Tanya Burke said Miss Thompson was humble, confident, and a deeply committed career prosecutor. Who else? And then they go on to talk about all of these cases that you worked on, that we just talked about these cases, but they went in to provide a little bit more detail. They talk about at same language, featured prominently, blah blah blah, prosecuted. Here's one right here where they said, look at this one here. Thompson also prosecuted murder convict Dante Brooks. That's Movado's son. But there's something here that we're going to get to. Dante Brooks was convicted in 2021, but Dante Brooks is now a free man. We also need to say that Klansman, and this one here, the Andre Blackman case, I believe half, if not more, of those defendants are walking the streets. The judge found that the evidence against them was lacking. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Who else said anything nice about her? Hold on, let me see. Okay, so that's that. All right. What else we have there, Kevin? Talk to me. Okay. All right. That's 2024, April 2024. Now look at this. June 2025. June 2025. June 22nd. Less than a month ago. And it says, big boots to fill as Llewellyn's departure date approaches. Lawyers weigh in on the next DPP. All right, let's see how they weigh in. With just over 2 months to go before Father Llewellyn demits office, several members of the legal profession say her successor will have big boots to fill. All right, let's hear about those big boots. Let's see who's talking. Tamika Harris. You remember Tamika Harris from last year? President of Bar Association. She said, I believe it is essential that the process of selecting the next DPP be handled with the utmost care, transparency, and regard for the constitutional independence of the role. You know why she said that? Because of Dennis Strong. That's why she said that. She say, hey, make sure we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. Utmost care and transparency. She said, I'm not going to tell you who would be a good fit, but whoever it is must be one with integrity. And they go on. So they put the post has been advertised. It's closed already. A whole heap of money them get 17 to 20 million plus allowances. Now look at this. A prominent attorney, Peter Champagne, who had high praises for Miss Llewellyn. And remember, is the same gentleman who denied the case that we made against Miss Llewellyn. Same man. So he said he had high praises for her. And he said, and I'm saying that based on what I've been told, that he's the one over at GLC in charge of the disciplinary committee or whatever they call it, that he's a member or chair or something of it. But it says the successful candidate must be someone who can build on Llewellyn's legacy. So you see already he's saying Llewellyn has a legacy. It doesn't say whether when you say build on Llewellyn's legacy, you're talking about something that's rich, something that's successful. You don't tell people build on negative legacy. You don't tell them that. So you see where he's going. Here it is. The successful candidate must be someone who will build on Miss Llewellyn's legacy and must interface with the public, giving updates on matters and also interviews and explaining cases. Whether you should prosecute or not prosecute. Transparency and public information, public education. So he said, we don't want anybody who's going to come in. I don't know who I'm talking about, but him say you don't want to have a candidate that is taking over where there's any kind of divide. Is he saying that there's divide or division in the office right now, or the person coming in will cause?
When is there not?
When is there not? Okay. He said the candidate must not only possess strong administrative skills, but be active in the courts. You must be out there in court, fighting for the crown and the people. But I have a question to ask him. Have we ever seen Miss Paula Llewellyn fighting in the Privy Council for the people of Jamaica and the crown. I don't believe we have. And she's been there years and years and years. So I'm not taking on Mr. Champagne today. And it's not my intent to take him on at any time at all. All I'm saying is that he's making statements and I'm just kind of parsing through the words. Here's another one. Christopher Thompson. He come out now and say Senior Deputy Director Claudette Thompson demonstrated during her tenure as acting DPP that she's a strong candidate. This is the first time we see now where somebody come out and just wholeheartedly support her by name.
Mm-hmm.
You can with Mr. Champagne's statement, you can pick it apart and you can say, well, maybe it was saying this, maybe he was insinuating that, but you can't say for sure. No, with Mr. Thompson, he came out and said, no. Claudette Thompson is whom I believe is a strong candidate. And he said, while she was there, she demonstrated her effectiveness at managing the role and so on and so forth. And look at the last sentence. He says, so I think that she would make an excellent DPP. And then Mr. Champagne is not one to be outdone. Look at what he says right here. It says, Champagne too concurred that Thompson executed the role well while serving as acting DPP despite her short tenure. So he couldn't help but say, I have to say something nice about her. I won't go too far, but I have to say, well, while she was there, she did well. And then him take back a little bit from it. Him said, her acting tenure may have been too short to make a comprehensive assessment, but she certainly acquitted herself well and is equal to the task and highly skilled and competent. But here's where I'm saying, but there may be also others. But as I've said before, I don't want to be so audacious as to single out any one particular individual. So I'm saying, hey, while she was there as acting, she did well. Am I going to support her as my colleague? No, because there are other people there, so I'm not going to go beyond that. So that's where we are. No, that's that. Kevin, let me tell you folks something that we're going to do. No, I looked at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I looked at 9 cases. 9 cases where this lady, Miss Claudette Thompson, was either the acting DPP, the lead prosecutor, or co-counsel, co-prosecutor, meaning that she handled the case with somebody else. I'm going to give you the cases. And we're going to go look at 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And whole heap of reading, people. Whole heap of reading. That's why I can't sleep sometimes. I can't sleep at night time, Kevin.
That's not why you can't sleep. You read because you can't sleep.
All right. But today we're going to look at, because we're just going to do a little bit on her today, and then we're going to come back because we have to keep the story going. We're going to come back and look at some more cases. But today we're going to look at the NEPA case, and that case took place when Miss Thompson was the acting DPP. So remember them talk about, her administrative skills and how when she was DPP or she run the office great and all of that stuff. And this NEPA case, they said that. And this NEPA case was a significant case. It was the pollution of the Rio Cobre River by that company. Them make juices and them lego some things in the river, and the rest is history. So that's the first case. Then there is the Vibes Cartel case, where she was the acting DPP when the case came back to the Court of Appeal. And we're going to show you what the court said. Not me said, I will just read it. But I'll show you what they said about how the case was handled. Remember now, them said that this lady walked on water for the short time that she was there. She was great, administrator and all of this stuff. So those two cases so far. We're also going to talk about the Javon Garwood case. And in that case, Miss Thompson was the lead prosecutor. And finally, we're going to talk about Dante Brooks. That's Movado's son. That case, he was convicted. He's now a free man. And she meaning Miss Thompson, was the lead prosecutor on that case. The 5 case we're not going to touch today. We're not going to touch the Uchense case. It's a gang. She was a co-counsel with Queen's Counsel back then, Jeremy Taylor on that case. We're not going to talk about the King Valley case, where she was the lead prosecutor. We're not going to talk about the Klansman case, where she was a co-counsel with Jeremy Taylor. We're not going to talk about the Dwayne Smart case, where she was the lead prosecutor. And we're not going to talk about the Cash Plus case. So far back we're gone, she was the lead prosecutor. We're not going to talk about those 5 cases. Uchense, King Valley, Klansman, Dwayne Smart, Cash Plus. Not going to talk about those cases today. We have the documentation, but we're not going to talk about them today. We're going to talk about the NEPA case, the Vibes Cartel case, the Javon Garwood case, and the Dante Brooks case. Now, the Javon Garwood case, that's a tough one. You know why that's a tough one, people? In case you don't remember, that's the case where the woman was in church and she was shot dead. And the accusation was that her, I think, stepson or son, someone related to her, set this thing up, and that led to her demise. That one is a touchy case. But Kevin, make us do the NEPA case first. Make us do the NEPA case. Hit me up there. All right, my brother. Now, you guys must remember, because we did a story on this. We did the NEPA case. Can we make this? Okay, yeah, here we go. You remember this? The Trade Winds Citrus Limited, that's the juice company. In summary, there it is right there. I'll read it for those of you who can't see it because I can't make it any bigger. It says an investigation was launched by NEPA on the 11th of December 2023 after a report of an oil spill in the Rio Cobre was received. It says from the agency's investigations on December 12th, 2023, it was revealed that heavy fuel oil was released from the boiler house at Jamaica Beverages Limited, operated by Trade Winds Citrus Limited Dairy Farmers. And then it gives a chronology. Let's go to the chronology. Because if you recall, this case was not prosecuted by the office of the DPP. It was prosecuted by NEPA. They too have prosecutorial authority, just like how the Integrity Commission can prosecute their own cases, right? Same thing with NEPA. Now, let's go all the way down here. Let's skip all of that and just come all the way down. There's so much to talk about here, but okay. All right, so you see right there, they're talking about court appearances and committees and the judge indicated, and look at the last box on the at the bottom on the left. You see it says 6th court appearance, September 2024. So it's a running list sequentially of everything that happened in the case. So they're getting ready now they were talking about mediation. And if you look on go to the far right, and if you look at the second bullet point, you see where it says committee recommended the matter be brought to mediation. And for those of you joining us for the first time and you don't know what that is, mediation is where the parties try to come to terms without having the court intervene in it. So it's like them just trash out the things themselves. So that's what they were trying to do. Now, let's go right there. Look at the top. You see where it says mediation agreement received. So they were close to settling this amongst themselves. Look, but they need the DPP. I don't know if it's because of regulation or courtesy, but they wanted to let her know what was going on. Right? And see that at the top? Letter to the DPP. NEPA sent a letter to the DPP on October 2024. Who was in charge of the DPP's office then? Ms. Claudette Thompson. And they sent this letter seeking guidance in relation to entering a no prosecution decision. And what that means is that they could come back and prosecute later on. But for now, they're saying, since them trash out them things, let's just no prosecution. They work out the details, they correct the problems, and we move on. So the letter was sent the 23rd of October. And this is a significant case. This is a significant case. I see we have Mr. Jeffrey Tavares here. He's sleeping. Oh, he's wide awake. Oh, I didn't see you, sir. Let me bring him on. There he is. Welcome. Say hello to the people before I proceed.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I'm not sitting on here listening to you.
Okay,
I'm the
good.
DPP. I'm listening to you keenly, man.
Okay. So what happened is, glad to have you here, sir. Welcome. So on the 24th, the DPP sent a letter back to NEPA, an email saying, we received what you sent us on the 23rd. Right? That's the 24th of October. Then look, on November 8th, the DPP sent a letter again saying, we are acknowledging that we received your email that you sent, or the letter you sent to us on October 23rd. What could I go so? What could I? Twice you acknowledge it, but you don't do anything about it. Then NEPA went to the DPP's office on November 25th. And you see that? NEPA following up on the response. DPP's office indicated the matter was reassigned. Not that the matter was assigned, It was reassigned. Somebody had it already, and it said, and response to be sent soon. So I don't know what happened there. But if you get word that the response is going to be coming soon, why the hell would you go sign the agreement the next day? And that's exactly what NEPA did. Look at the date. On the 26th of November, NEPA went and signed the mediation agreement. And look, the 7th court appearance, the matter was withdrawn on the 20th. The next day after them signed the agreement, they withdrew the case. They withdrew the case. Oh, look at it.
No, withdrew the case very quickly.
Yeah, you can't miss this up. Then look at this. The judge indicated that it is within NEPA purview to withdraw a matter. So them say fine. Look at the date when the matter was withdrawn. November 27th, 2024. Who was in charge? Ms. Claudette Thompson. The lady who was in charge of administrative stuff and all of this stuff, and she was running the office like a well-oiled machine. So on the 27th, it was withdrawn. Look at that. On the same day that it was withdrawn, the DPP is asking for additional information. Remember now, NEPA sent them and said, listen, we're working on this thing. We need a little opinion from you. The next day they said, okay, we got it. Then, was it weeks later? Let me see. There it is again. Right at the top. Letter to DPP, 23rd of October. 28th of October, DPP says, yes, we received it. Then about a week later, little over a week later, no, 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks later, they say, oh, we're acknowledging receipt. Up to now, them still don't do what NEPA ask them for doing. NEPA said, give us guidance regarding this no prosecution. Them still don't get. Then NEPA actually went to visit the DPP, went to the DPP office. And them said the matter was reassigned and you'll hear from us soon. And then
Until now.
yeah, and the next day, them say, them signed the agreement, and then them withdrew the action. And then after they withdrew it, the same day the action was withdrew. See here, 27th of November 2024, and here it is, 27th of November 2024. The DPP said, oh, can you give us additional information? Give us a copy of the file and the fiat. This was done under the leadership of Miss Claudette Thompson.
So that means that she's not fit to become DPP then?
I'm just throwing out the facts, my brother. And like,
And don't be surprised if they put her in there.
true. No, I need somebody to come and tell me that the facts are not true. Because when they tell me that the facts are not true, he sees who them have to go fight about the facts. Yeah? NEPA. Not Rattigan. Go fight NEPA.
And NEPA sitting in the office of the Prime Minister.
Yeah, and NEPA did a chronology and said, here are the things, the events, the discussions, everything that took place regarding this case. Here we are with that, people. No, so that's the NEPA case. Let's go to the Vibes Cartel case. Let's go to the Vibes Cartel case.
With the world class director of public prosecution.
Yeah, this is the appeal, right? No, this is not the Vibes Cartel. This is Dante Brooks. This is
The co-accused.
no, this is not Vibes Cartel. This is Movado's son's case, right? That's not the one we should be doing first. Let me see something. Let me hold on one second first, because I want to do it in sequence. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. All right, here we go. You can read that, Jeffrey. Everybody can read that.
In the Court of Appeal.
Can read that.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, this case that you're looking at, this is not the original case, the trial. This is not the trial. This is an appeal. And I see we're noted attorney, Mr. Hugh Wildman. And I know he was probably watching, see me, huh? He represented Dante Brooks. In fact, right after the decision was rendered, I got a phone call from Mr. Wildman. And he just said to me, hey, look, I have an opinion for you to read. And he sent it. He sent it to me. All right. So let's, and as you know, he was charged. This gentleman, Mr. Dante Brooks, was charged.
For murder. Was it murder?
Murder, yeah. But hold on. All right. All right. We not forgot too far. Here we go. All right. Let's go to what the judge said in the conclusion. He said that the trial judge failed to take into consideration deficiencies with identification evidence. Now, who presented that identification evidence? It was the Crown. It was the Crown. And he said, the judge, when it was presented, the judge should have said, no. His problem's here. And it said it had to do with the credibility of the prosecution's sole eyewitness. The eyewitness presented by Miss Claudette Thompson, or the prosecution team,
Mm-hmm.
had issues. And there were issues going to that person's credibility. And the judge, the appeal panel is now saying the judge should have never let that evidence come in. See, they call it right here. It says, resulting in the applicants being deprived of the safeguards developed by the law to prevent the ghastly risk of convictions on what? Unreliable evidence. It's right there of identification.
Yes.
And so the judge says there's a justifiable basis to quash the convictions and set aside the sentences.
Mm.
And there it is. The Crown. Look at this. Look at this, people. Look at this. The Crown, the people who prosecuted Dante Brooks, the office of the DPP, said, candidly accepted that the learned judge erred. They're saying, look, we're telling you, we're agreeing with you. The judge make a mistake. Well, the judge make a mistake, but who presented the judge with evidence for him to make a mistake? Who presented it? Was the Crown. Right here. Try that, sir. Right, that's all. Kevin, this thing out. I don't know is what happened, right? That's all. Mm.
Don't worry, people. We're bringing him
Oh.
back. We're bringing him right back.
Oh, Kevin, you're there.
Yes, man.
Okay.
Never too far away.
All right. Wherever you're listening, watching from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean, is the Rizzy Radigan program. Stand by. There he is, the fearless leader out of Waterhouse.
I'm back, man. Let me just go back and so there it is, right there. So the Crown admitted that the Crown is saying, yeah, the judge made a mistake, but actually the Crown is saying we made a mistake because we presented it to the judge, right? And so there it is, right there. You can't miss this. There it is. Judgment and verdict of acquittal is entered in respect of each applicant. Right there. And here, right there, the applicant's convictions are quashed and their sentences set aside. Big up yourself, Councillor Hugh Wildman. So, and who was in charge of that case? The lead prosecutor, based on what I've been, my research has shown, was Miss Claudette Thompson. She was on the prosecution team, if not the lead prosecutor. We could go to the next one. That's mediation. Okay. This one now is vibes. There it is. Want to see her name? See this name here? Claudette Thompson. That's when she was acting DPP. They actually should have put acting, but they put director of public prosecution.
Well, maybe she was direct at the time, Mr. Ratigan. You know, they know Jamaica's justice system work.
She was never director of public prosecutions.
We all know that, but maybe Delroy the truck realized that she wasn't.
Right. So this is the Vibes Cartel case, my people. No, I've gone through, but let's go to the chase and go to the section that really matters. All right. Okay, hold on 1 second. All right, let's just stop right there. So. See that? See what the Court of Appeal said. This is when the case was sent back from the Privy Council to the Court of Appeal to decide whether or not they should retry Vibes. So that was, and look right here. It says, in summary, these factors are the judge get the reason why I'm gonna make decision. The adequate account by the prosecution for the availability of its witnesses and trial exhibits. They must say them not have none, they can't find none. Them not have it available. There it is. How you want to prosecute people and you not have the evidence and you not have your witnesses?
But you don't want to prosecute people.
There it is right there. The judge said it out straight. Again, who argued that case? That case at the Court of Appeal was argued by CLAUDETTE.
Yeah. But Mr. Rattigan, have we ever gotten an answer? In what capacity did Paul went to London in as director or as what?
No, they haven't responded. I have to follow up with that. Here's another one that the judge says. He says witnesses and trial exhibits which tended to support their defense at the trial are now unavailable or cannot be accounted for. That's Vibes. But here's another one. Unjustifiable interference with the appellant's constitutional rights to a fair hearing will continue if a new trial is ordered. So you can see what the judge got there. Just say no. No. So essentially what we have here, let me move this. Essentially what we have here, we have Miss Claudette Thompson going to argue, and them not have the evidence and have the witness. Them not have the evidence and the witnesses not available, and they're going there to argue to retry. They didn't go.
No sense.
They didn't go there and say, "Hey, we don't want to retry this case." They didn't go there. They go there to make the argument to have him retried. And
that
again,
makes no sense.
Who was there? It's Claudette Thompson.
And I think we have one more case. Okay. Now this one is this one. This is a case where the lady was sitting in church and was shot from behind.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Well, Kevin, then we can't big this up. A man implicated in church murder of stepmother, right? The person who they said, the person that her stepson was accused of arranging it. He was not the shooter. They accuse him of arranging to have his stepmother shot. Now, let me show you something that's interesting right here. See right here? Look at the top of the screen. See that? The Crown represented by prosecutor Claudette Thompson was relying on circumstantial evidence, blah, 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 blah.
Telephone conversation, etc., etc. Oh, God.
There's a problem right here. You see where it says at the top, where it says, however, Bingham refused to give evidence against Garwood. No, Bingham, they're saying, is the shooter. And the shooter, they have to make a connection between the shooter and the stepson.
Oh.
because the shooter was not the stepson. So they have to say, well, there's a conspiracy between the shooter and the stepson. The shooter said, me not testify. I'm not testifying. I'm not giving you any evidence against Garwood. And what they did was, and when I said they, prosecution team, they went ahead and they filed charges. I don't know. I'm just talking now in layman's terms.
Mhm.
I'm not a Jamaican lawyer. They laid charges against Garwood, Bingham, and whoever else.
Mhm.
Garwood non-talk, Bingham non-talk. So guess what happened now? Instead of saying putting a no prosecution against Garwood, and then move forward with the prosecution of Bingham, and then have Bingham at some point in time realize he might face 1,000,000 years in prison, and then make him just say, listen, in order to save myself and come out of prison and can live a normal life at some point in time, you have to talk against Garwood. They didn't do that. They bring the charges against them at the same time. And then the charges fail. So guess what? Them can't go against Garwood now.
But wasn't that a stupid move, Mr. Rattigan, from a legal point of view?
Strategically, it was a terrible move. There's no rush to file charges against Garwood. You have Bingham. Keep Bingham in the pocket. Deal with Bingham. Interview, do whatever you need to do and make him understand that, listen, you need to play ball with us. And we can reduce your sentence. We can talk to you, get a reduction in your sentence. But you need to tell us the relationship between you and Garwood. We know, but we want the evidence. And the evidence are going to come from you because you are the one who planned with him. Instead, them bring the two of them.
Makes no sense.
And then, four time, him shot her in the head, you know. Four time. And look what I'm saying right here. However, to the disappointment of the prosecution, he kept his mouth shut.
That makes no sense.
What kind of foolishness is this?
Mm-mm.
This is pure nonsense. This is pure nonsense.
More than pure nonsense.
And so, folks, this is the lady that we have notable attorneys coming out in the media and they're expressing support for her. No, this shouldn't happen. There should be no support for any one of these people. Let the Services Commission do what they're supposed to do. Let them advertise the job. Let them do their interviews. Let them shortlist. Let them do background. Let them make their selection. Let them make the selection. But
Yeah.
that's not what's going on. We see a clear what we see here, and we believe it to be the case where people are supporting somebody for this job. They're supporting her for this job, and we're saying no. Let the process be fair. Let it be equitable.
Yeah.
Be transparent.
Mhm.
He's the only one I see in the media where they come out and talking about this. And the other things, there are lots of attorneys. There are attorneys within that office of the DPP, eminently qualified. Jeremy Taylor, he's a King's Counsel. Miss Pike, senior prosecutor, and there are many others. You have people in private in private practice. How come I don't hear they talking about all of these people as potential DPPs?
Have you ever thought that maybe why some of these well-known attorney is campaigning for her? Maybe there's some secret that you and I don't know why they're campaigning for her.
If somebody should think that way, you can't blame them. You can't blame them.
Yeah.
Yard Night said the land of feeling upwards in public sector. Yard Night. Yeah. But here's the thing, people. I'm saying this to you because I want you to keep your eyes on the ball. I don't want you. This is a story that we're not watching. Who is going to replace the DPP? and what will that person's role be. And we see where it appears as if she was supported for the DPP job by people inside and outside that office. And now we believe that she's being supported again for the position, not the acting, but the real position. The application, that's another thing. The application came out. Look, they knew that this DPP was leaving September 20th, thereabouts this year. And what I can gather from my research, the thing came out for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. So even if I wanted to apply, I found out about it late.
But you know. Oh, you say we found out about it late because the both of us could apply for the job.
Yeah, look, if a job like this, you really want to get as many candidates as you can. So what I was thinking was that they would have said, okay, you know what, we're going to put this thing out for like maybe 6 weeks because we know Miss Llewellyn is leaving. And they knew Miss Llewellyn was leaving back in December when the court ruled. They knew this. Can a new government remove a sitting DPP?
No.
A new government cannot remove a sitting DPP, but there's a process to remove a sitting DPP. You can remove a DPP if the person is physically, mentally challenged, or if the person, of course, commits a crime, but you just don't do it like that. The process is this, that the Prime Minister will then have to make the recommendation to the Governor General, and then the Governor General will secure a tribunal, a panel.
But the
panel will conduct the investigation.
But don't they have to advise the opposition leader too?
Yeah, but that's that. But not really play a role. The Prime Minister is the one who would then go to the Governor General and say, "Listen, we need to remove this DPP," and he'll provide his reasons. And if the Governor General is of the mindset that yes, we need to remove this person, or at least look at removing the person, then there must be a panel that will conduct an investigation. And once the investigation is completed, then that panel will make a recommendation to the Governor General to say, yes, person needs to be removed, or no, let's keep the person. But that's how that works. It's a process. But you just can't, a new government can't just walk in there and say, I no longer want you here, and fire the person. Mm-hmm. However, Larkland, and I learned this many times over, there are ways that you can get rid of people out of a position without going through the process. There are ways that you can do it so that their life becomes a misery and they leave. I've seen it happen. Right? There are ways that you can. Yes, Serene. So go back and look. I think the panel. I think. Hold on. Let me go back and to go back and we're going to touch the Constitution today, but there's a panel. It's not the investigation is not conducted by the OSC. It's a panel that the Governor General will say, okay, this panel will conduct the investigation and come back and tell me. But the long and short of it is that a Prime Minister can't just fire a DPP as he or she would with a minister. You know, they can move ministers around. They can't do that.
May I ask you a question, Mr. Rattigan? Mm-hmm. Say the DPP leaves office in September, all right? And there is no DPP appointed. So the election called the same day the DPP retired. And there's no DPP appointed because of the election and so forth. Which of that has nothing to do with the election anyhow. Because when Parliament dissolved, the GG is in charge.
Yeah, but that won't happen though, because the DPP has to leave before the election is going to take place before the DPP.
But suppose, all right, just my word speaking, an election don't happen before that.
Mm-hmm.
What is next? And the DPP left office then. The office of DPP is vacant.
Right. So you know what they'll do? They'll just do what they just did the other. They'll put if they can't come up with an appointee, then they'll just have an acting.
Yeah.
Somebody has to
When,
be in charge of the office. It can't, yeah, you can't say, well, we don't have a DPP and we're waiting for one to be selected. They'll just put an
all
act.
right. So if one is acting now, and say for instance the election is called, the Labour Party don't go back in, the PNP go back in, then that's the time Mark Golding could appoint a DPP that he wants.
The word appointment suggests that the person will get the job. I know what you mean. That he
Yeah.
can say, I want this person to be my DPP, but then it's up to the Governor General.
Mm.
And some
But
people say, well, the Governor General, he has no choice in the matter. He has to go ahead and just make that person DPP. I tend to argue otherwise. I argue that under the Constitution, he doesn't have to do it. But based on convention, they always do. Whatever is
you know,
suggested to them, provided to them, they do it.
I was just going to answer the question: can't the
No,
DPP?
no, see, Larkland make a good point. That's a good point. Couldn't the DPP retire early and let them pick a new one before the election? Larkland, I see where you're going with the question, and the answer would be yes and no. The answer would be no. You can't have two DPPs at the same. I see what you mean. Couldn't the DPP retire early and let them pick a new one before? That's
Yeah.
something I mentioned early. That she could retire early and let them pick a new one before the election. However, the opposition could then go to the Governor General and say, listen, based on what's going on here, we don't think this is a good idea that you're going to give us a DPP on the eve of an election. Let's have the election and then we can talk about a DPP.
As you talk about the DPP, Mr. Rattigan, I may drift away a little bit from the DPP. Do you believe that the Attorney General should be an elected person, not an appointed person from the government side?
The Attorney General. That's a position that most people don't even know about, right? It's a significant position. The Attorney General is the government's attorney. Because if you recall the matter concerning the DPP that went before the court, it was the Attorney General who represented
the court.
the government. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And also the Attorney General is the one who, whenever a bill is passed in Parliament, before it becomes law, it comes to the Attorney General's office to be reviewed in light of the Constitution. Because what the purpose of that is to make sure that whatever bill that is passed is not in violation of any constitutional provision. And so if there, let's say, for example, the Attorney General, if he found that there was a provision or something in that bill that's violative of the Constitution, he could send it back and say, hey, parliamentarians, this is not going to pass because this thing is violating the Constitution. So you need to change this. But once he's finished with it and he said, yes, there's, constitutionally, it is sufficient, then he sends it on and it ends up on the desk of the Governor General where he gives his assent signature and say, yes, I signed this on behalf of King Charles. And then, and only then, does that bill become law.
By the way, did you see the GG at the some presentation from CARICOM?
I saw him. So apparently he's recovering nicely. We don't see too much of him, but
His Excellency the Most Honorable Dr. Linton Lewis, President of the People's Republic of Jamaica, is in the chat room there. Prezi.
Oh, President chat. Prezi, we have a meeting tomorrow. Sorry if I announce it to you like this, but I was supposed to call you and I messed up. So we have a meeting tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon, sir. So please make yourself available. Please. Let me, before we go to the next, we have 1,300 plus. Here's what you guys do. If you want to take a break, no, take a break. And you can refresh yourself. You can call your neighbors, call your friends, call your family members, call whoever you want to call, or you go get your pen and your paper. Because now, and Kevin Gahn left me because I wanted to show you the thing where we said that we're going to tell you about the truth. But it's going to
nothing but the truth.
It's going to be painful for some. In the meantime, let me show you a couple of things. That's one. Kevin, take off for me. Kevin, where you there? Somebody sent me some things about my favorite minister. And sometimes, with the program, some people are saying that sometimes we're too laughy, and we can't. But, you can't be all too serious about these things because sometimes you have to just laugh because otherwise you cry when you look at how they're treating the Jamaican people. You cry. So you have to have some light moments and make fun of things, and then you get back to being serious. Um, let me show this. All right. Now, we've always played this one here.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Play it again, Mr. Rattigan.
Okay. And in truth and in fact, people, you shouldn't.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Okay.
Morgan doing Morgan things.
Exactly. Morgan. And then, Kevin, I tell me to play this one. Me don't play that one, Kevin. You play that one, or you want me to go to the... Because I want to leave the last one for a surprise. Let me just play this one.
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
That will never happen. And here's one that somebody sent me. It's AI generated, but it is what it is.
Something. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Something. Enough is enough. That's a warning, Mr. Tabar. Yes. Enough is enough. Now, let's play this one. We kind of ease on into the subject because I know a lot of you come to hear about this rural school bus program. And we're doing a lot of things. So we could kind of ease into it slowly. Let's start with this.
An excellent day with Audrey Marks in Northeast Manchester today. Came to look at the transport centre and then did some walking and touring with her. The response to her is overwhelming. She is a patriot, someone who has served our country well in several positions, including ambassador to...
Well, Anna, served our country well in several positions. I thought she was only ambassador until she became senator.
No, hold on, man. Remember, she came out of her mother. She was campaign manager for the JLP in the diaspora.
No, him never say serve our party. Let me play that back again. Let me play that.
With Audrey Marks in Northeast Manchester today. Came to look at the transport centre and then did some walking and touring with her. The response to her is overwhelming. She is a patriot, someone who has served our country well in several...
Served our country. Served our country in several positions. And as far as I know, it's one position she served our country in.
Ambassador.
And she did a very, very poor job at it. Very poor job at it. Let's continue.
Several positions, including ambassador to Washington. And now she's back here to give service to the people of Northeast Manchester. I think it is a...
People... I want you to listen carefully to when politicians speak. Tonight, if there's no other night that you've listened to a politician speak and will parse his or her words, tonight is the night. And you see where we start with? We started with Mr. Vaz saying that Audrey Marks served her country in several positions, including being ambassador. And as far as we know, that shouldn't be plural. Shouldn't be served several positions. It should be she served one position as ambassador, serving her country. As we go through the rest of this program, we're going to parse the words of Mr. Vaz. And I'm telling you, people, get your pen and your paper ready. If you don't want, I would love for you to watch this program over and over and over again But some of you might not have the time to do it immediately. So I want you to get your pen and paper so as the program finish, you can start talk to the neighbors and gin up a conversation. Listen.
Insult, it's a disrespect that somebody could say that she is a deportee or an importee. She is a talented, successful businesswoman. Was this a
That's true. That is true. She's a talented, she's a successful
Oh, because I thought you're gonna say that it's because he said she's a deportee, and you're like,
No.
Yeah.
No, we're not going down that road about importee.
Yes.
No, we're not. We have no evidence that she's an importee or deportee.
There
We
you
have
go.
She was an ambassador who served, returned to Jamaica. We're going to leave it right there, so.
There you go.
And we're also going to leave it where we say that she's a talented, successful businesswoman. We can't argue with that. That's factual and it's true.
decided to give her time to her country, and she has done so for the last 10 or 12 years, and now she's here. I endorse her wholeheartedly. I know her, I have worked with her, and she is a lady that will take Northeast Manchester from poverty to prosperity.
Whoops. Let's stop right there. Mr. Tavares, who is the current MP for Northeast Manchester?
The Honorable Manayard Ardley Fitzgerald Shaw.
Okay. So let me just ask a question that because I like the way sometimes how you phrase your questions. Are you telling me that this gentleman that you refer to as Manayard, that he did not have prosperity in his constituency?
Let me say this to you, Mr. Rattigan. I am pretty much sure if Ardley Shaw decided to run again, he would have won that seat. How he continued winning the seat for over 30-something years is unbelievable. Possibility there's prosperity that he had left for the people, I don't know. Because I haven't spoken to anybody in that era. But obviously he must have been done something good for the people for they continue to put him back in.
Well, let's go back and listen to what Minister Vaz said. Because I thought in 2016, they said, we're bringing prosperity. We're done with the poverty's prosperity. And here it is, 9 years plus, we have a minister saying that this lady who's replacing that gentleman, that she is going to bring prosperity. Bringing it means it's not there. Bringing it means there's an absence of it.
Yes.
So how do they make this argument to the people in that constituency? How do they successfully make the people of that constituency? They must listen carefully, Listen carefully. They could go back and play what him say. Here we go.
She's here. I endorse her wholeheartedly. I know her, I have worked with her, and she is a lady that will take Northeast Manchester from poverty to prosperity.
So Northeast Manchester in poverty.
Never have prosperity yet.
This is the savior coming. And don't forget, but Kevin there, if Kevin can come and find the speech where she makes, she says she's the one bringing ideas.
Yep.
Yeah, she's the one bringing ideas.
She said that at the constituency meeting of Marlin Malahuford. Yes,
she's bringing ideas. Not just the Northeast, she'll bring ideas for the country. She'll bring ideas. So the question is, so what was the government doing for 9 years plus?
No idea. They're bankrupt.
Okay, all right.
No, it is my pleasure to be here with you today, Mr. Vaz, and to just endorse these plans. I have it very high on my agenda of immediate actions.
Listen, lady, you have so many things high on your agenda for immediate action when you were in the diaspora. And you know, do nothing. Talk about the people who apply for them passport and if you wait months, and sometimes over a year to get them passport. Talk about all the issues with people when the war started in Ukraine, right? And them for come up, some of them for come to America and whatever them needed to do. Talk about the assistance that was not rendered to people, Jamaicans who needed assistance in the diaspora. Talk about how your CG up in New York, how she gets sued for non-payment of rent around nail bar with husband. And you have this lady around this thing here. Talk about them things there. Talk about on your mental fear. Talk about your failure to have the U.S. government lift or raise or lower the travel advisory. You were such a failure that you start ask people like me for write to the State Department and ask them, beg them to tell themselves to lower it. And meanwhile, you are get paid for do this thing here. Come on, man. People are naughties. We no need to understand, said the lady will not get, It's a failure. It's a failure. And think about it. If you not had somebody there for 30 years who kept you in poverty, you think she gonna come now with all the feelings and come and grant prosperity? Come on. Why is not use this? Use on the wizzy. Use on the wizzy. Let's continue.
That we need to take to ease the congestion in the town. So I'm very pleased to be here this morning.
The people know about congestion. The people want food, they want work, they want house, they want medical attention, and they want safety and security. So if you're talking about congestion being a priority for you, you don't have no business being there. People may talk to when they hear fear priority, she come out and say, well, I'm gonna get jobs for these people. I'm gonna get housing. I'm gonna get medical attention. I'm gonna get good schools for the. She mention that. I'm gonna get food on their table. That ain't a congestion, a fear thing, Congestion.
To hear this and to support you in getting it actioned as soon as possible. So thank you all for coming.
People.
God help us.
People. I just how we start. Let me see. Maureen Hines said, why would all these attorneys be so supportive of... Oh, let me show this. Why would all these attorneys be so supportive of someone who has clearly shown how ill-prepared she and her team has been? This looks like history repeating itself again. Miss Hines, I wish I could have hold you and squeeze you and kiss you because you're absolutely correct. Based on what we're seeing right now, things may change, but based on what we're seeing right now, it looks like history will be repeating itself. And what's worse is that these people coming out supporting her, this shouldn't happen. Don't try to influence the service commission. Let the service commission, let them do what they do. Even though they might mess up, because the Dennis Strong thing, we not let them go after that, We not let them go after that. And by the way, just so you know, me have ATI spending over there.
It might end up suspended in animation like that one that we came across earlier.
Yeah, I was just about to say, people, Kevin this morning, in searching through this stuff, he found an ATI that the Services Commission responded to me and said, we will get back in touch with you. And this was like months ago. So now I have to go follow up with it now and file something now with it. In fact, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to follow up with it. I'm going to just go straight to the tribunal now. I'm going to file, and they know them and listen. On the name I got upon it, I file it with the tribunal Monday morning. I'm going to file it. Thank you, Kevin, for finding that one for me. Let me move this.
See, that is why I can't do without Kevin Stew, Can't do without Kevin Stew at all.
You ever hear me say I can't do without Kevin Stew?
One of the
I
reasons.
never said I'm not saying you can't do without Kevin Stew because if you don't drink Dr. Ben tonic, you can't. Anyway.
Here we go. And folks, before we get to that, let me play you one that Kevin showed me this morning. And the reaction I had, Kevin said to me it was the same reaction he had when it was first brought to his attention. Here it is.
Nothing beats a crime-free holiday, and right now you can create a safe space for your friends and family. Don't miss out. Right now, report criminal activity, and we can assure you catching criminals is a must.
When I saw that, I said to Kevin, how about that? He said, Kevin said that was the same reaction. People, if you don't know this, let's say no. It says wanted Wednesdays. So I guess on the Wednesdays now we are gonna look for one. Since I wanted Wednesdays.
It's only Wednesday. No,
Wednesdays, no, we are looking for people, right? So, I don't know. You want to comment on that, Kevin? Because since you brought it to my attention,
Listen, as so last forwards, I got this on social media. Somebody sent it to me, and exactly what Will said when I sent it to him and showed him was the exact thing that I put on as a comment on the post. A what is, because I don't know where to go with that. Last for words.
all right. Now we are coming up on the school bus thing, I mean, know a lot of y'all waiting, no can't wait. Because I see the numbers that jump up now and other things. It's like people's gonna say, he might talk about the bus now. So let me start up by just somebody, a source of mine, actually had somebody had a look inside, I think one or two of these buses. And they told me that, I said, this is a bus that is in Jamaica, getting ready to deliver service or to provide transportation service to these children in September. Here we go. Let me stop there. One thing you can't say, Kevin, that them no Amaral the tire. Tire look good. Look on the tire, people. The Amaral
Shiny.
tire.
Shiny.
Hold on. The seat bust up. Hold on there. First the bus.
Wait. You can't continue. You can't continue. You can't continue. You can't continue.
One seat there. Okay. Put the petrol up. All right. That, ladies and gentlemen, was a grand tour of one of our new school buses. Brand new, secondhand. No. Hold on a second, Kevin.
You sure that hand the second?
Well, that's true. It might be third or fourth because we have report that some of these buses were sold twice or three times. There's one from the Vegas school system that was sold twice before it ended up in Jamaica. But hold on a second, Kevin.
How you know that?
I have the information right here.
Oh.
Information right here. Let me see. One of the school buses. Hold on. Let me tell you about one of the school buses. All right, here it is. One of the school buses did belong to Clark County School District in Nevada, and it was sold to Las Vegas Bus Sales on November 4th, 2024. And there's more information going on.
Nevada, Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah, that's the information I have here.
Oh, Arizona is still there too. Anyway, Jeffrey.
Yeah. And then what happened? My sources, they went to They went to they looked at the no
Kevin,
the numbers name, the numbers that identify the vehicle. What we did this morning,
chassis
Kevin.
numbers.
Not the chassis, no, the other one.
The
The
VIN
VIN.
number.
VIN. Looked at the VIN, and it says that they found a bus similar to the one, and it's from the same dealer that sold that bus. That's one of the buses that's on the invoice. And they showed me another bus that looks just like it, and that bus was sold for it's advertised for $8,835. So
Hmm.
so I have hold on a second. Okay, hold on. OT, just so you know, I did send that information, and it looks like 6:30 is the time. Um, all right. All right, my advisor, I'm gonna laugh and stay on point. Okay, all right, cool. All right, now folks, Kevin went ahead and well, Kevin first, me. Kevin put this thing up. Um, People, as I started out the program today, I said, let us not seek a JLP or a PNP answer. We have 1,600 devices, and I need to say this. Let's not seek a JLP or a PNP answer to transporting our children to school. It's not the point. Let's seek the right answer. Let's seek the right answer to transporting our children to school so that they can get an education and become productive members of society. So, what we're looking at right now is not a JLP or a PNP, actually, government. Because you know why? There are people in the JLP who call me and they are disgusted with what's happening, completely disgusted. And I don't blame them. There are people from the PNP who call me and they're completely disgusted. And both the people from both parties who call me, they said, listen, this they voice this sentiment. They said it shouldn't be a PNP or JLP, it should be the right answer for our children. And they said, based on what we're seeing, this is not the right answer. Not the right answer. The most vocal people who called me about this, they called me from the JLP party. They're very upset about it. They have different reasons, but the long and short of it is that some of them upset because it's too close to election and they figure this is going to cost them the election. Some of them come because they truly believe that this is wrong. Some of them come because they believe that, and they say this is corruption. This is corruption gone crazy. This is corruption on steroids. They've called me and they've told me this. So I said, look, I'll look into it because we have other stories that we're planning to do. And the influence was overwhelming. They're like, no, you have to do a story on this. You have to do a story. And that's why we are where we are right now. Now, what Kevin did, Kevin started look already because Kevin said, we can't go to Jamaica again. Not for now. What Kevin did, we amassed a whole bunch of things. And I just want to thank, not calling a name, just want to thank all of you who assisted with this project. And assisted greatly. Well, me call one name. One name I can call producer Joan. And we can call another name too, producer OT. And we can call another name, the man Tigo, who in the background always attacks. And I direct the thing. We can't call them names, but there are other names we can't call. But so Kevin put everything together. And so let's start from the beginning. Because what we're going to do today, we are going to show you this bus fiasco from a completely different angle. You've heard about where the buses were bought. You've heard about where they were shipped from. You've heard about who received them. You've heard about the information concerning the person who received them. You've also heard about how much the buses cost. You've heard all of this. And we're going to touch on some of it, but we're looking at it from a different perspective. We're looking at it from a comprehensive perspective, a 30,000 foot perspective. And we trust that you're going to acknowledge and appreciate where we're looking at it from. And it just goes to show the kind of work that we do around here. Everybody has their role to play. All of the bloggers, they're playing their role. They're bringing it to the fore. But my team decided, listen, let's look at it from a different angle, because there's another angle that we can look at it from. And the first thing we're going to do is start with, believe it or not, people. Believe it or not. We're going to start with this document. Let me line it up before I put it on. Ooh. Okay. Oh, Kevin, this one here, hold on a second. This one here, I don't see the number. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hang on.
That's
Okay,
the original document. Yeah.
Found it. I just have to line it up. Because this after I have to go buy a different thing. Because it
The mouse.
yes, it just all over the place. All right, here we go. This is a constitution telling you about the rights. And once I show this to you, you'll understand where I'm going. Here we go. Big it up for me there, Kevin. All right. Uh-oh.
Too big?
Yeah, no, you big it up and then it gone. It gone. Make it smaller. Make it okay, hold on. Bear with us, people. No, I just found it. Oh, wait.
What, section 13?
Yeah, there it is. All right. Let me just leave it right there. So, see that? I'll read it to you from the Constitution. It says, you have a right as a Jamaican citizen to enjoy a healthy and productive environment, free from the threat of injury or damage from environmental abuse and degradation of the ecological heritage. Why do we start there? We start there because keep in mind that these buses, they're diesel. They're diesel. The emissions from those buses, very, very harmful to the environment, not to mention people, particularly children. There have been reports that these buses that the US, Canada at least, I'm aware of, they're getting rid of these buses because of the environmental hazard they pose to people and the environment. They're decommissioning these buses. And Jamaica said, we want them and we're willing to pay good money for them. That's where we start, people. The next thing is, and The reason why I'm showing you this, I want to go step by step. I want to build this for you, brick by brick, so that you get a complete understanding about this bus thing, that it's not just an issue of somebody I buy a bus and I eat a food. It's more than that. So I want you to just take your time and just bear with me. Just bear with me as we go through this exercise. Believe me, at the end of it, you're going to thank me. Trust me, at the end of this, you're going to thank me. So the next one, Kevin, is the manifesto. All right. So let's go to the 2016 manifesto first. What page was that? Page 27, 31. We do a research around here, 27. All right, transport. All right. So if you get buses not running on water. Them run on street. And this is what the government said in 2016. Big up this for me, Kevin. You see this right at the very top? We will endeavor. All right. People, just remember, you can go to this and look at this in the manifesto. Page 27 of the 2016 manifesto. The government says they're going to have a 1, 3, 5, 7 year in terms of dealing with fixing roads, because we're getting buses, right? First year, them say them going to reassess the roads. That should be 2016. 2019, 16, 17, 2018, 2019, they're going to implement them are fixed roads. And by year 5, them complete fixing roads. And year 7, the country start to reap full benefits of all the roads that have been fixed. This is what they said in 2016.
Quick question before you say another word. Their term would be a 4 or 5 year term. So if everything is supposed to come to fruition by year 7, if they were to not be in power after year 5, then this is supposed to be an ongoing, self-sustaining implementation of a direction that we're heading to. Correct?
True. So all of these things that I'm talking about, the road and the rail, all of that's supposed to take care of by then.
Okay.
Right?
But it also says another thing. It says that they had all intentions of being in power past one term.
Yes.
By any means necessary.
Yes. You can go right here too. This is page 31, where they start talking about environment. Because remember, we start with the Constitution, with the environment. So you have a right to it, right? The right to clean environment. And they're talking about about controlling the environment, environmental best practices. Here it is right here. Not the yellow one. It says right over here, underneath the bullet point, where it says the Jamaica Labour Party is also committed to increase public education and heighten national awareness where environmental best practices are concerned. We must lift the profile of our campaign for good and responsible management of our environment. How can you claim to be in a position to exercise good and responsible management of your environment when you are bringing them big old dirty buses here with the emissions coming from the diesel? How? Make we go now to the 2020 manifesto. And by the way, Jeffrey, I must commend your body for doing his thing with the manifesto. He's given me a lot to really work with.
For not just reading it, but editing it?
Yeah, for editing the editing. But hold on there. Let me see. This is page 11. So You see that one at top, transforming our education system to provide our children with access. With access. And how you get access? They say they're going to transport you so that you can get quality education. They're going to transport you to your school. Remember that, people, transforming our education system. And then look at the bottom. They said they're going to take climate action locally and globally by promoting clean and green policies to secure sustainable development and a healthy environment for our future generation. What they're saying in all these fancy words is that we are going to take care of the environment so that you don't suffer from harmful emissions. That is what we're doing. We're going to protect Jamaica, we're going to protect the people, and we're going to protect the environment. That's 11. Make we go to 54. I show the people them say, we out here do the work, you know. We out here do the work. All right, 54. All right, here's 54. Up, 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 up. Come on. See that? No, that's electricity. Hold on. Okay, electricity. Electricity. Why we go to electricity? You notice we went from environment and now we're going to electricity. Why? Look at this one. Promote the use of electric vehicles. The one thing we know that electric vehicles don't do, they have no harmful emissions. We know that. And they said they're going to provide a framework to encourage the use of electric vehicles by Jamaicans. It's 2020. So you see where I'm going with the question. The question is, why is it then that we're bringing in diesel that's harmful to the environment and our people when we indicate that we should be using electric vehicles? That's where we're going. Two more, and then I'm going to show you a video. 55. That's 56. We'll go to 58. Sorry. Here's where we are. Climate change. And we have recognized that there's a problem with the environment. Sorry about that, folks. So we talk about the climate change and how it affects our people and the environment. One last one. Promise you. This is at page 99 to 100. Where are we? All right, 99. Yeah. Is this 99, Kevin? 92.
Mm-hmm. Almost reach. Here we go. Road and safe.
This one here, no. This one says safe, orderly, and affordable transportation for all. Safe, orderly, and affordable transportation for all. And it goes on to talk about public transportation. And look at this one. Implementation of an electric bus pilot program and comparison of the compressed natural gas pilot. And it goes on to the people. I don't need to read this because all of you can read, but I just need to point it out to you so that you can go back and look at this for yourselves. They're talking about electric vehicles. And this is where our presentation is a little bit different than what you've seen. Because what we're going to do, we're showing you the difference between diesel and electric. We're going to talk about the cost and the cost benefit. All right. What else we have before? I think that's it for the. Now we move on to the videos.
There are some things that I was thinking about, and I've seen a couple of people mention it in the chat. Larkland, double LW, and somebody else said something else. Skilled technicians, propane is a better alternative to is a safer, cleaner alternative to diesel. So going electric and going propane, although they didn't really, they mentioned propane in the 2020 manifesto, but switching to these things requires also infrastructure change. So there needs to be things in place to address that. It requires people that have the skills to maintain these vehicles. Now, if there's one thing about Jamaicans, is that we are such a unique set of people that there's nothing that we cannot do. If there are people that have been motorizing push carts before it became a thing. So there's nothing that are I shouldn't use that word. The way how our brains work, we can get the skill set. So that's not a problem. The problem is it is being used, things like this, having a safe environment, clean climate, proper infrastructure. These are tools that are being used as kind of like bargaining blackmailing tools to keep and get power. Because if you recognize it from 2016 in the manifesto, you see it. 2020, they put up big and bold again. Add to it even. You want to tell me, say, here we are in 2025, and it's just now they're looking to try something new, but the same thing that they're looking to try new, putting the busting in place, they went ahead and went backwards several steps. Not even one step back to move 2 steps forward, because sometimes you need to take a step back, right? But let's go back several steps with these buses to go where? To make it, to say, okay, see, we put this thing in place. Now we're transporting children. Transporting children with what? And causing what other kinds of problems? Because let me tell you something. If you go back to that video where they did the tour through the bus, those rusted seat posts, any of those children get cuts from those rusted seat posts, they're going to have to go to a medical facility for treatment. Which medical facility they're going to go to? So we're now asking some other questions. And we're now shedding light on some other problems that we have. But of course, that is not where the focus is. It's called sleight of hand, smoke and mirrors. So let me dangle this fancy new thing, this shiny new object in front of everybody's face, so it can distract them from the other problems, the other things that we are not doing, or the things that we said we would do, but we have been dragging our feet on while we make ourselves comfortable.
All right. Let me good points raised. I see TT is there. Sit back, TT, and relax. But let me add this. Let me add this now. Now in 2018, people, right? This is coming from JIS. We try to get stuff from official government agencies and not from some, fly-by-night news service. In 2018, they said Jamaica praised for work to reduce motor vehicle emissions. 2018. And you see what we do in 2025? We're bringing that. And when you reduce it, you get you get support from governments. They're willing to come and help you to reduce your dependency on carbon, right?
And
Carb,
reduce your carbon footprint.
right. Carbon emissions, right? So here it is. We won't even read this. We won't even go through much of this, but except to say that this thing happened in 2018. Then um, here is let me see this one. Here's what they did right here. There we go. At the stage, promise versus reality. We have new electric bus, man. See it here. This is 2023. Them say at the unveiling of JUTC's first one. So we started a few years ago and testing is ongoing, and I believe we are acquiring some more of those buses. As a prime minister, you shouldn't believe, you should know, right? And now we're moving to electric buses. And look at what he said, which offer a great deal in terms of advantages. Clearly, the environmental advantage, no emissions whatsoever. So, folks, you see where I'm going with this. We're making a comparison between electric versus diesel, the environment, our people. All right, we'll move that. You have a lot more. Hold on. Here's one, another one. Jamaica sets ambitious target of 60% reduction. This is 2021 in greenhouse emissions by 2030. This one is going to go just like our what's it? The 2030 plan for Jamaica to become a developed country.
The Vision 2030.
Yes, this is going the same route as that. This is not going to happen. All right. Then we did that one. Then look at this one. This is one that they did that they could have used this. Here we go. Strategic framework for electric mobility. They did talk about this in one of the manifestos. They could have used this to get grants to get electric buses. They could have used this in so many different ways, but they didn't. And I was talking to a dear friend of mine, and she said to me, because them can't chop nothing this way. When it come in for free, what them more chop? Them can't chop. So they promised this and they had to do this. So they did it for more than one reason. But then they didn't submit this to get the grants. Because if the buses came in, they would come in free of cost. And therefore, there's nothing to gain. All right? So we could just move that off of the screen. And we're getting close to okay. Here we go again, Kevin.
I got you. Okay, I think I got you. Okay, I definitely got you. You need to add back. I need to add you back before you do anything else. Okay, there you are.
See the ones over in the tabs. Yeah. Thank you. All right, I'm put top.
Hold up. Let's get rid of some things off of this.
I won't spend much time on it. I'm just quickly.
Yeah, but I would at least like to be able to see it.
All right, there we go. Hey, JUTC to get 200 electric buses. So we have moved from talking about it to now we have electric buses 2023.
2023.
Yeah, I remember.
Did those 200 buses come?
They did over 3 years. They start 2023, 2024. They started 2 years ago. 2023, 2024, 2024 to 2025. We're now in 2025 to 2010 is 2026. So here it is, a 100, 2024, 25, and 100 this year. And they have already, at the time of this posting, they had already procured some. So we're moving right along. George, give me a second there. Go on do your thing. All right, so we can move that. We're going to finish up this section here. Jamaican government. We could just move through. We can move through some of this stuff here. 2023. All right, we just did that one. We can move through some more. Okay. So now that we've done that, somebody in the chat said, why didn't we buy? No, they said Barbados got buses, you know. Barbados got electric buses. And I said, really? Wow. Let's check it out. Here we go.
Half of the people of Barbados and certainly the government of Barbados, I wish to extend sincere thanks for this gift from the People's Republic of China, which will not only accelerate or transition to a fully electric fleet, but will also provide us with the opportunity to improve the delivery of public transportation on the island. These 30 buses will add to the existing 59 electric buses on island, which this administration has certainly worked tirelessly since 2018 to ensure that we were able to acquire. It will therefore bring the total electric bus fleet on the island to 89 buses. It will also make Barbados the largest electric fleet provider in this part of the hemisphere.
Rush hour in Cape Town. Transport's a major source of emissions, but one bus company is trying to foster change. Golden Arrow transports over 240,000 commuters daily across the city. It's in the process of replacing 10% of its 1,100-strong fleet with electric models made by China's BYD.
We're buying something like 25 million litres of diesel every single year. So we needed to look at what was possible.
Bloomberg NEF estimates that e-buses globally will save the equivalent of almost 2 million barrels of oil demand per week.
Electric buses are playing a really important role in reducing emissions. We can see is that about 250,000 barrels of oil demand per day are being displaced by electric buses around the world. That's initially been led out of China, but we're now seeing rapid uptake in places like Africa and other parts of the world. And then the second area is around improving urban air quality through things like reducing NOx emissions, nitrogen oxide emissions, and particulate emissions.
BYD buses are found in over 300 cities worldwide.
By purchasing 120 buses, we are literally reducing our carbon output by 10%, which is significant, and obviously hoping to make our air healthier, reduce our carbon emissions.
Fred Korematsu Elementary. Drop-off. Normally punctuated by loud diesel bus engines, it's instead pretty quiet. Oakland Unified is the first district in the country to go all electric with the 72 buses in its fleet.
They are dope, if I may use that word. Yes, they're awesome.
These electric buses, which can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, are not actually owned by the district. They're contracted from a company called Zoom. Zoom offsets the district's cost by using the bus's batteries to sell power to the electric company during peak hours in the evening, enough to power about 300 homes.
When they're not used for transportation, they are getting discharged and giving energy back to the grid. What that means is that a school bus is acting like a large battery, and it is feeding the energy back to the grid.
For drivers and riders, electric buses have no fumes or emissions.
The diesel engine, at the end of the day, when you go ahead and you look at the side of the bus, it'll be black. So that if it's on the bus, that'll be in my lungs.
This area, as in many areas in urban districts, has a high asthma rate. We know a lot of emissions contributes to that.
Let me stop it right this. What we saw there, we saw buses, electric buses, Barbados, electric buses, South Africa, and electric buses, America. And you see what we ended up with? We started out with commuter buses and we ended up with school buses. Mm-hmm. Why is it that we never put some thought into this? And you see where the school buses, they're selling power back to the grid. They're sending and selling power to the grid. That didn't happen. No, before you ask the question, Jeffrey, saw the manufacturer of the buses that they talked about. BYD. Now, it is my learned opinion based on what I've heard that Jamaica could have got. Now we're going to show it. We're going to show it. Jamaica could have gotten grants to get some of these buses, but let's say they couldn't get the grants, right? Take a look at this, people. Take a look at this. There's a BYD in Jamaica. There's a BYD in Jamaica. No,
They make awesome cars.
Yeah, and we do know that that gentleman in the blue suit, that's Adam Stewart. That's Butch Stewart's son. The
My
guy
cousin.
who the whole thing now. And we know that Mr. Vaz, he's the grandson of the departed Butch Stewart. We don't know what happened because there's a relationship there. We don't know why he didn't go to this gentleman and say, listen, for the money that we have to buy diesel buses, let's buy electric buses from you. You're here in our country. Give us a discount. You're a Jamaican. Talk to the Chinese. These guys, he has dealerships in Jamaica. And somehow that didn't happen. That didn't happen. But here's what we're going to do now, people. I say 1691, it's climbing. Here's what we're going to do now. I'm going to give you a teaser. I'm going to tease you, and I'm going to please you. And then we're going to go to Mr. TT. I look for me. We're going to go to TT. We have TT and we have George. We have two guests. So I'm going to try and end the electric component of this lecture here, but it's not going to end because I have a chart I want to show you. But I want to tease you with something because I want you to stick around and come back. Now you hear them say that the rural bus program in Jamaica, it's starting officially September. Am I correct?
September morning.
Yeah, September morning.
All right. That date you have heard. How many times have you heard it? That the rural school bus program in Jamaica will start September. How many times have you heard it over the last month?
Over 40-11 times.
40-11 times.
Sound about right, Jeffrey.
Okay. Let me move this. Because now I'm going to show you something, how cruel these people are. I'm going to show you how cruel these people are. And there's a man that they refer to him as cruel. You know what? Here we go. Take a look at that, people. It says pilot rural school bus system rolls out September. Look at the date.
August 30, 2017.
Big it up for me, please.
Ah,
You're telling them I roll it out September 2025. Look at when they actually rolled it out. 2017. Now I want to show you something now. Look at these three people here. You recognize them? Grace, Ruel Reid, Dean Roy Bernard. Who are these three people? Grace McLean is accused of giving more than 10 million Jamaican dollars to the Tertiary Commission after being told by the Auditor General that she shouldn't have given them any more money because they weren't supposed to get any money. Why did the Auditor General say that? Because the man on the right, Dean Roy Bernard, he gave them over 100 million as the permanent secretary. And who did he give it to? He gave it to a consulting group, to the minister that went and privatized themselves and took the money. And when the Auditor General went to them and said, you need to give us back the money, give us your paperwork, they said, no, you have no jurisdiction over us. We're a private company. They took a consulting, an advisory board. That's what they took, an advisory board, and they privatized it. They registered it. This is how cruel these people are. These three people you see there, the one in the middle, he's accused of pilfering or being associated with over 50 million Jamaican dollars missing. He's accused, he's in court right now. The lady on the left over here, she lost her job because of and what happened. I tell you how crooked. Look at it. They were supposed to go after her for surcharge, to go after her to get back the 10 million plus that she gave to this company. And you know what they did? They waited for the statute of limitations to expire, and when they went to court, the judge says you can't bring your action because the time within which you should have brought the action has expired. That money is gone. The 110 million that the gentleman on the right was responsible for disbursing, he was there. And I'm telling you, this is coming from the Auditor General's report. That money is also gone. That money is part of the 3 trillion unaccounted for 3 trillion unaccounted dollars. That's it. Those 3 you see right there, they're responsible. 50 million and 170 million plus between the 3 of them. They were involved. They were there when these things happen. Even if you don't want to accuse them and say, well, they did it, but they were there and they were in charge. The lady on the left, she became the acting permanent secretary. The man in the middle, he was the Minister of Education, and the man on the right, he was the permanent secretary. And even after they removed him and put him over to the Ministry of Finance, what did he do? He sued them and he said, you demoted me because you made me a director general. I am a permanent secretary. How dare you move me? And the court agreed. The court said yes. So where is he now? He's over at the Ministry of what? Gender, Entertainment, whatever Miss Babs Grange's ministry is called. He's over there now as a permanent secretary. And guess what, people? It is the only ministry in the government of Jamaica with 2 permanent secretaries. And when you ask them, I ask them, give me your gender policy and who's your focal point and where is the disaggregated data? And to date, they haven't given it to me. They said, Mr. Rattigan, we need another 30 days, sir, to figure this one out. And they're the ones who are piloting the gender program. What can go so? Here it is right here, people. But I have something else to show you. Kevin Smollett up, let me show the people how much money missing. I want to hear nothing more about it from 2017. There it is right there. The Ministry of Education, Youth and Information will be rolling out a pilot rural school bus transport system in September through a special partnership with the Ministry of Transport and Mining. And this was disclosed by Senator Ruel Reid. Here it is, people. Students from 91 primary and secondary schools in 8 parishes will benefit in the first phase. The parishes are St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary, Clarendon, Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Hanover, and St. James. Here's the critical part. The ministry has committed 200 million for the first year of the pilot and continues to have dialogue with members of the diaspora. Them want beg we money now overseas to continue with this nonsense and international partners towards expansion of the project. Question I have to ask is, where is the accountability for this 200 million going back to 2017? Remember, those 3 people, they're connected to events leading to approximately $170 million gone from the Ministry of Education. Money that was earmarked to help the children of Jamaica to become productive members, not of the society, but of the world, because Jamaicans go all over the place. That money, that 170 million is not coming back, as far as we know. Or at least 120 of it not coming back because the surcharge, the statute of limitations, gone. We want to find out now about this 200 million. Where is the 200 million? People, don't make them fool, you know. Don't make them. Look at this. Look at this. When you look at the rural areas, particularly the cost of transportation is extremely high. And we're very certain that it is a main contributory factor to the absenteeism because they're saying that the country picking them are coming to school late, they're not coming on time, they're not coming at all. And so we need to get them buses. If them can't, no, if them picking they can't come. What this means is that it's free buses, you know. It's free.
Right.
It's free. Right? So where are the buses? Where is the money? Let me see what else we have here. You said they're gonna come up. Look at this. They have Senator Reid said the government has a vision of building out a network of a fully operational national bus school system. A vision. Remember, I told you people you have to parse the words. Vision. A vision doesn't mean it's going to happen now. A vision say it's something going to happen in the future. But did you know in 2017 that this wouldn't happen? And did you know that in come 2025 you would get another scheme saying that we're rolling out a rural school bus program? Did you know this?
Not a scam.
Did you know this, people? Then look at this. Look at this. It says the objective of the pilot include the provision of a safe mode of transit. Tell me if you hear this language. If you're hearing this language today, the objective include the provision of a safe mode of transportation, scheduled transportation for targeted schools, affordable transportation for students, and improving the attendance of students in rural areas. When you hear that language, when you hear that,
Yes. Oh, yes. And they said the bus and taxi operators are rapists and thieves and criminals. So they have to get that for them, for the
people,
students.
people, let me tell you something. If you thought that this was knowledge, you have something else coming. If you thought that this was a bombshell, because a lot of you did not know that there was a rural school program announced in 2017 and 200 million Jamaican dollars in 2017, which are more money then than now. The exchange rate was not 160. Nobody knows where this money went. We don't know if buses were bought, if the money was given away. We don't get an account. We don't get accountability of this.
Maybe, sorry, maybe you should ask a goodly person who loves to talk and talk and talk, who has read the manifesto. He was there.
Edited, sir.
Yes. He edited the
Yes, indeed. So, people, here's what's going to happen now. We just starting to tear this thing apart. Remember now, we know. You see what we're focused on? We're focused on an alternative to the diesel buses. We're saying they could have purchased electric buses, and we're going to show you the cost, the comparison. We're going to show you that. But I wanted to whet your appetite with this. There's more to come. What we're going to do now, don't leave us because we have more important news. I need to see that number climbing. It's at 1738. We need to see it climbing. I'm going to bring on TT, whom I call testosterone. Her name is Tamnika Thomas. We're going to bring her on now because there's a big event scheduled for the end of this month. And I will be there. I'm going to let her tell you about this event, what will happen. And then from Tamnika, we're going to move to George. George has a significant, he's working on a significant project concerning pension owed to the workers of Alpart. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, you know her, you love her. You cannot do without her. So you better show up the end of this month. Tamnika Thomas.
Hi.
Welcome.
Greetings, everyone.
Hey, TT.
Well, hey, what's going on, Kevin? I see your gear today. Look like look like you're attending some type of game, some sort of game.
Yeah, you know,
After.
the baseball stadium is just down the road. So
Oh, okay. All right. So that's where you're headed next. Got
right.
it.
Talk to us. What do you have for us today?
Okay, yes. So I just wanted to announce that July 26th, we are doing a wellness event at Risen Medical and Aesthetics. And we would like for all of you to attend the event. There'll be some very important information as far as men's health, as far as women's health, skin health, and overall body health. This month is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. And so we'll be addressing men's mental health in itself. One of the subtopics that will be covered and one of the highlights is testosterone health in men's and how testosterone health in men and how it plays a big role in your overall daily performance, day-to-day activity, and how you take on your day. So stay tuned for all of that. We will have refreshments. We will have, mini consultations. We will have a few giveaways. We will have special package pricing on that day. But you do need to attend the event to get any of that, to meet with our providers, to have, these conversations. Fred Rattigan will be at the event and a few of, his friends and Maybe Kevin might attend. Maybe I'm throwing it out there. Kevin, are you attending?
Listen, I did plan to.
Okay.
However, it is the weekend of my older sister's anniversary, and there are
So
plans
you
to.
have plans.
Yes, I'm visiting another state that weekend.
But listen, Ratigan will be there, so you guys can expect to see Ratigan. And he'll be there. He'll stream part of the show there. So come on, and then come down to meet him if you have any questions, health wise. If you probably have a few legal questions, you can also ask that as well. When you come to the event. So it is on July 26th, and the event starts at 12 p.m. onwards to 7 p.m. Maybe extended there and end a little bit later, but it will definitely start at 12 p.m. We're located at 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P. That is in Brooklyn, New York, folks. So prepare whatever transportation you need for that day. If you're coming from out of state or you're visiting New York or on that weekend and you're planning to attend, that's also a great visit, a great place to visit just to learn more health wise and about men's health. Another topic and another treatment we will be addressing and sharing more information about is a PRP, which is platelet rich plasma shots, injections. So we'll be sharing what that is, and what that is generally, sharing with you here is concentration of platelets derived from a person's blood. So we go in, we draw your blood, we spin it down, process that, and get the platelets from your blood. And what those platelets do is they provide regeneration, they stimulate repair, collagen reproduction, and there's a number of benefits from this treatment. But if you want to learn more about it, how it works, the research behind it, the studies behind it, and who's getting it done in our community, and what people commonly get it for, you have to attend the event. It's great for skin repair, it's great for hair growth, and like somebody asked in the comment, it's great for penile injections and a number of health benefits for men and women. So please attend the event. Next week, we will have the link for you to RSVP to the event on this show. It will be posted in the comment section. So do definitely stay tuned for that.
Questions, Kevin?
Any questions?
Not again, Kevin. I don't know what's going on.
I just put you back in, Bridget.
I don't know what's going on.
One second, TT. One second. Let me get Rebel back. Because I don't know what is going on with his thing. It's really unruly.
Oof.
All right. Anybody ask any questions? How much would that cost? I was reading about that and other things last night online. I guess that's the shots.
Oh, great question. So PRP can range between, it depends on where you want to get it done. So if you're getting hair loss, that's different pricing. Facial, different pricing. Penile, that is also different pricing. It ranges between a 500 to 1,000 per treatment, and it depends on how many sessions you need and how many shots you need. So if you have male pattern baldness, center head, and it's like a wider area, it would cost a little bit more than maybe if you have a little balding on your hairline, for reference. So the best thing I would say is either attend the event or give us a call at 718-717-2278, so you can have that discussion with us and specify, where, your target treatment area is. And so we can give you more details on pricing and how that would work.
And that text number, TT?
Yes. Our text number is 646. I will put it in the comments for you in a second. I don't remember it off the top of my head, and I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately. But I will put it in the comments in 1 minute.
Hurricane Hattie says the PRP shots work. They've had it for arthritis.
Yes. Absolutely. So a lot of people have said that they have seen results. Well, our patients particularly since what's more common is the skin treatment for it and the hair loss. So we have definitely seen results with that. But then there are people that come in and said, oh yeah, we have had it done for knee pain, for joint pain, and they have definitely seen results with that. It's great for there's a lot of research out there on it. We know that it works, we know that it's safe, and a lot of people have seen results with it as well. So we definitely thought it was a great treatment to incorporate into our practice for that reason. And we're using something from your body and it's not foreign. And we definitely think that is the direction that a lot of people are heading right now, to just use things internally, or things that, more, a little bit more natural methods of getting things done. And our body repairs itself. We're just speeding up that process and using those platelets to stimulate that stem cell um, healing
How
process.
long? How long before people have seen results?
That is a great question. So with the hair loss, I would say 3 months. So that would be a total of 3 treatments, because one per month is when the results, you can see the definite before and after. So when you come in to get the treatment, we do take a picture in the beginning, before initial where you're at, and then each month you come in, we do take another picture. And if it's like a small area, we do like circle it with like a white pen, so that way you can see the difference. You see yourself every day, and sometimes you're like, is it growing, is it not growing? But then by the 3 month mark, from the first month, you're like, whoa, yeah, I definitely see those results. And we would do maintenance. So sometimes it would be the first 3 months back to back, once each month, and then either you maintain every 3 months. Sometimes it would be every 2 months. It just depends on it depends per person.
The type of treatment that we're getting.
The type of treatment in itself. Yes, that is correct.
Gotcha. Danny Ari, if you scroll up, you'll see the contact information.
Yes, which is also, do check us out on Instagram, and that's Risen Medical on Instagram. There you will find the text number, you will find a link to the website. Also, we have Facebook, which is also Risen Medical as well.
The
So,
PRP shot.
yes,
That's the name of the shot.
yes, it's called
Jennifer.
platelet-rich plasma shots or injections. And yes, the short form would be PRP. So please, definitely, you guys, if you want to know more, we're here to answer those. Our events are not going to be that frequent, but we just look forward to really, getting to know the community and getting to answer your questions in person.
Let me just say that I will be there. I'll be broadcasting from there on July 26th, and I've arranged for some attorneys to join me. So if you have, it's not a legal expo or anything like that, but I suspect that some of you might have some legal questions in general, and so these attorneys will avail themselves of your questions. So what is you cut
Me.
me.
That's
Oh,
me.
okay,
That's
all right,
me.
fine. So what happened is that you can come, but you're coming because of the Health and Wellness Expo. And then the second thing is you're coming to see TT. And then the third thing you're coming to see yours truly, the Rebel, because we will be broadcasting from there. You can join me when we do the broadcast. And then also we'll have some lawyers just floating around. If you have questions, they'll be able to answer your questions. So we expect to see all of you out there wanting to come and ram up the place, pack up the place, and we just have a good time. Food will be there. I think TT have some music, or if not, I think she's planning on having some music there. But some
That's why she wanted me
Of
there.
course, listen, it's all happening under one roof. You get the medical advice, legal advice, all your questions answers, free food, free drinks, and you're partying with us. All under one roof. You can't miss it. All right?
oh,
You're getting a great package here.
big up yourself, TT. And we're gonna have TT
Free
back.
event, also a free event.
Yes.
So,
So TT, you're going to join us next week as well.
yes.
Just to keep this
I will
thing.
be there next week. As a reminder, I'll have the link to the for you to be able to RSVP to the event. So that way we're prepared for you. We know the numbers. We're prepared for you. We're gonna cater for you, and you'll have a good time.
There you go. Big up yourself, TT.
All right. Thank you.
So
Thank you
we're
for having me on the show as always. I'm always excited to be on here.
no worries. It's our pleasure to be graced by such a beautiful person inside and outside.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, you guys take care. Thank you for watching, Kevin.
All right.
All right, TT, take care.
All right.
All right, let me drop in these rebel. Hold on.
Kevin. All right, go ahead now.
Oh,
We have George. We have George next.
wait, wrong place.
All right. When we bring on
You want
George.
to bring up George? Let's bring up George.
Yeah, George, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Welcome to the program, folks. If you watch the program, on Wednesday night, you heard George. You didn't see him, but you heard him. He's working on an initiative right now to help some of the people in St. Elizabeth. Well, some of them have moved out of the parish, but they have one thing in common. They worked at the Alpart installation, and something happened there that is just woefully wrong. And George is here trying to set the record straight. So George is just going to give a tease because next week we're going to do a full segment with him. George, sir, the floor is yours.
Greetings, everyone, and good evening to your audience. And thank you for being on your show. I'm George Ashmead with the Real Deal. We call it Naram Promotions, the Real Deal podcast show. Now, as Mr. Rattigan said, we're going to leave the details until we have the full segment that we can dive deep into the details. And also, our conversation earlier, you said we'll have other people join in to lend some support and also some advice. Therefore, Mr. Rattigan, we've also sent out to the members to get on board. We got your link, and everyone is going to be joining in and getting ready to listen in, because we have up to 800 men and women who work for Alumina Partners of Jamaica since the late 1960s until 2009, most of them. And they signed into a pension plan, and this pension plan, this agreement was irrevocable. And what we're learning is that now, since the pension plan changed from Life of Jamaica to Sagicor is saying to all the people I've spoken to that there's a big fat zero, no money is there for them. So we're going to be diving deep. Back to you, Mr.
And how much money? We're talking? Sorry, I didn't hear. Did you mention?
We're talking, from what I've heard, under 40 billion. It's around $35 billion.
Wow. And that's 35 billion spanning what period of time?
It should be spanning from if I'm reading this right, it's from somewhere around 1989 to 2009.
Wow. So we're talking serious money. We're not talking 25 money.
Well, as I said, I've always mentioned this, that whenever there's a large pool of fund or monies in Jamaica, there's always a problem. So this one we're gonna dive deep in and solve this issue for these 800 people who are suffering. Most of them old, sick, can't afford medication. They've worked all their lives, and they signed this agreement, which was irrevocable, and they were promised a pension at the end of it. And now guess what? They're saying nothing is there for you.
30 billion Jamaican dollars, and there's nothing.
Nothing there. They're saying we don't have any monies for you.
Wow. Well, this is sad. Well, Mr. Ashmead, look, I know it's a short trip here. It's a cameo, actually, but this is just to whet your appetite for what's coming up next week, Saturday, because we're going to go very deep into this issue, because people worked. This is not money that they're begging. They worked, they earned, they contributed to the pension plan. This is their money, and the money is gone. Now that they need the money, their twilight years, the money's gone. This is robbery. That's what this is. So we're going to be looking at it and in a very careful manner, and then we're going to come up with not just talking about the issues, but what about the solutions? Where do we go from here? How can we reclaim the money legally? That's one of the things that we'll be doing. So I hope to have an attorney here next week so that um, we can actually explore the options. So George, I want to thank you for coming. Big up yourself. I love you at now. That me say.
That's right. We know Ram.
All right, so
awesome. Well, thank you for having me, and I say thank you to your audience as well. Stay tuned. This is going to be a very interesting ride.
Indeed.
Thank you again.
Indeed.
All right, take care, my brother. All right, folks. What else now, Kevin? Okay, that was George Ashmead, a patriot and a fighter for the people of St. Elizabeth. And when I say St. Elizabeth, actually, it's a fighter for the people of Jamaica because not all the workers came from St. Elizabeth, but they all worked at that plant in St. Elizabeth. So we're looking forward to that next week, Saturday. Now, folks, we have here she is. Before we run right into this thing that I promise you, let me just bring out my sister. Hold on, I know her and I love her too, you know. I know her and love her. But you know, I don't know what she want me to say. She just left, you know. She'll live her best life right now. She'll go on with big things. Let me introduce to you Miss Yvonne Young. Yvonne, welcome. You can hear us? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, awesome. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Well, I am good, you know. I just came back from a track and field event in Connecticut, Middletown High School. They had the Nutmeg game, so I was there cheering on some fellow members who participated, and of course they won. So I'm back at the same person mansion, so I could do this interview and then try to head back into New York.
All right,
So
good,
I'm
good, good.
here.
All right, quickly. We just want to talk to you about how was the trip to Jamaica? Talk to us about that quickly, and then we'll just move into your event.
Okay, so the trip to Jamaica was excellent. We had no immigration issue. We had no immigration issue. Everything was fine. I had 110 people that came down, and then I had 17 people in Jamaica. So I had a lot of people who celebrated my birthday and retirement. It was fun. I am wearing one of the shirts that I gave out, but this is my special shirt, if you can see me. So the shirt says, because it says I'll I forgot what it says. Not this one. It says I will bring 63 things to the party. That's my
Okay.
age.
I just
So
want you I just want you to know I saw the videos, not just the pictures. I saw the videos and they were
oh yeah, the
very
videos were
revealing.
awesome. I
So,
could tell you real quick
so
about the
the
video. It
videos
was really
today, but I
exciting.
will not show them today because people won't believe it's you go on yourself.
Yes. Yeah. So what happened is in the video, my thought was I I love Whitney Houston. So there was a song that Whitney Houston sang for the Olympics, One Moment in Time. Remember when they raised the flag and then went towards the torch to light the torch?
The
I
Olympic
had that
torch.
dream. Exactly. I had that dream at the Olympics. You're a winner. So I consider myself a winner. So what I did was I started off in the song, walking a little bit towards the entrance. And then I had my two nephews, the only two nephews that I have, the younger one. And then once he lift me up, like the flag, he handed me over to my next nephew. And then my next nephew carried to my son. And my son carried me for 9 minutes, 9 months, represented 9 months I carried him. And he twirled me around and everybody was just going crazy because I like to do things different. So that's what I
Okay.
did for my birthday
Oh,
party.
see.
All right. Well, I'll
And
tell you what.
Mr. Flogan was there, of course, and nice up the place.
Hey,
And
no
all the
worries.
guests.
Hey, don't start. Don't start. Don't start.
Okay. But that was it. And then the next day I celebrate the retirement. Um, thing. So I just to be real quick, I did with the birthday, I changed off into three different dresses because representing the number three. The first one was a white gown. The second one was an orange mini real extravagant dress. And then the last one was just a simple sequence dress that said, it's my birthday. And I danced in the sand because the Rio wanted me to pay to cover that sand. And I said, we're on the beach, we're going to dance in the sand. And that's what we did. So that's it.
You see, Pauline Gale said
It
that.
was really elaborate. I love it. Ratty
Pauline,
can share it with y'all for who want to see it.
yeah,
But
Pauline
it
said
was
you send
fun.
her the videos. Pauline said she get the videos and you're quite flexible. So,
Yes, yes.
it's what
I think I can move. I think I can move at the age of 63.
all right, listen, we know you're busy and we're running out
Yes,
of time. Talk to us about your event. You have
yes.
an event coming up. Talk to us about it quickly.
Okay, so I have a casino and shopping spree trip coming up next Saturday, the 19th.
Wait,
And it's
Kevin.
and
Okay.
it's leaving, you can put it up. It's leaving out of Elmont at 8 a.m. And they will go to the Bronx in front of my not my our lounge, highlights lounge at 3447 Baychester Avenue. My partner and I have this lounge. We're going to be open up in August. So we're going to leave in front of there. And that's when people have the opportunity to peep inside and see the improvement and lots of money spent for that lounge. And then we head to Philly. We're going to Philly, not Atlantic City, to the Wild Creek Casino in Pennsylvania. And you get back what, $35, $25 for each person. And then you can shop and eat and gamble with a little bit of money that you have. And hopefully you win something or make it a memorable trip. But my bus ride, them always nice. My bus ride, them always turn up. It's not just a bus ride. It's more than a bus ride. It's
It's
an
an
entertainment
experience.
ride. It's more than an experience, darling. Trust me, when I send you the video, you're gonna see. So,
Hey,
but that's basically it. So I'm expecting I still have space on the bus. It's $75. And if anybody interested still, it's not too late. You can always call me at 516-429 9577,
Let,
516-429-9577.
think of
Or,
that.
see, they put it up on the forum, or you could also call Ratigan or any one of the producers and from the show, and they will forward it to y'all. Yeah, we still have more seats because, again, because me go Jamaica go pull off
Here's a number
for a couple
516
of days. And if
429
I try to push the trip now, so, but it's what it is. So, and that's basically it. Like I said, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm in somebody's space right now, so I'm
That's
just trying to be quick also and
good.
get this out. And that's basically what it
Well,
is.
look, we're just
Any
happy.
question?
We're just happy
Real
that you're
quick.
able to join us, and we're happy that you had a wonderful time in Jamaica. And we're looking forward to
The
having you on
internet
the
seems
program.
buffering a bit, but like I said, I'm in somebody's space.
oh,
It's buffering. So but that's basically it. I want to be quick because I'm tired. I gotta drive back to New York, but I'm gonna
All right.
eat some food at this big place here. Trust me.
All right. Take
The
care of
place
yourself.
big. Ratigan, you can buy the place and I'm not taking myself it, but it's buffering. So you're probably not hearing me right now.
All right. She can't hear
Yeah,
me. You can't
yeah,
hear
yeah,
me?
yeah. Let me
She
see.
not hear
It's
me. You can't hear me,
buffering. Can you
Kevin?
I know you can see me, but I can't hear you.
it's buffering on her side, so she not hearing us, but we're hearing
Oh, I
her.
could hear you now. The internet,
All
Oh,
right.
okay.
this is a humongous place. Ratigan, when you come to New York, I have to carry you up here, so.
All
This
right.
is
No
a
problem.
mansion. I'm a need inside that place, yeah.
The man shall need a
So
man tonight. So, all right. I'll be there.
there's a man in there, but not my man.
Come on inside then.
No,
Wrong man.
it need a woman inside, yeah. So you know how things go. We can bring one on in here and see if we can take it over. The woman am gonna love it.
All right. All right. I'm going to take your word on that.
Yeah,
Soon
man.
come.
Trust me. Give
All
y'all a
right.
nice tour. But I'm good and thank you for having me. As
No worries.
usual, it's quick
Take care of
and like
yourself.
I say, it's a casino trip. All right.
All
Continue,
right.
guys. Have a good show for the rest of the evening and love y'all. Ratty, blessing. Lots of
Sure.
love.
All right.
Jamaica, me say. All right. Later.
Yes, people. And so we do it now. We just take a little break and we go talk to our family members. What are we our family now? We talk to them family members who have things to say and things like that and things like one. No. Kevin, I hope this thing not shut down. I don't know what going on, Kevin. Watch it.
It gone. Attack, attack, and you shouldn't have talk about it.
Kevin, they might try to stop our flow.
No matter what, the flow goes on. There's ain't no stopping us. We're on the move. If anything, we know that for sure.
All right. Let me just bring up the document because it's sitting there.
Yeah.
Share screen.
Window. Wait. Tap on the middle window. Middle window before you share. There.
Good. All right. Now, folks, on the run, go back. So, my sister, someone on the drop off, someone on the drop. On the run, go back and tell the people them come now, because I know the fun start.
See it here now. Give me a minute.
Let me just go now. We just wet enough appetite. Now the fun start. Here we go. All right. Remember, we show you this. That these three people here responsible for the Ministry of Education back in 2017, they said that they were going to put out this pilot in September of 2017. And we don't, and the 200 million at least we know for the first phase was allocated, and we don't know, we haven't heard anything. Not accusing them of anything. I'm just saying I don't know where the money is. Now here is a summary of it. See that? Them says start date September, not specified, but you can bet your bottom dollar it was September of that year. And why do we say that? August 30th, they would not make an announcement for September a year later. They wouldn't be doing that. So here's where we go. Phase 1. There are the parishes. All right, there are the parishes covered. And they said they're targeting 91 schools. And they have path students. Now, here it is. They said the purpose of it is to deal with the high absenteeism. 20% of the children located in rural areas 20% of them not going to school. And they're going to tackle high rural transportation costs, and they're going to provide safe, scheduled, and affordable student transport. They're going to improve access to education, and they're going to build a national school bus network. This is 2017, a national school bus network in 2017 they said they're going to build. Now, here it is. This is the thing right there. See that? Investment and support. 200 million Jamaican dollars, 2017 dollars, allocated for the first year. We don't know what happened the second year, third year. We don't know. And they said the ministry would be having ongoing talks with the diaspora. That's all of us who live overseas, and international partners to expand the project. And then they said the school bus project is one that we're very excited about. Now, this was 2017. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 8 years later. 8 years later, people. Oh, by the way, Elaine, right. Like up the live, please. Like up the live, like up the live, like up the live, like up the live, because here what happened. We have put the time in and we have put the effort in this thing, so that you can be educated about what's going on in our country. You can be educated. The days of, as far as we're concerned around here, the days of things going by 9 days, them things that, the 9-day wonder. Remember, this is 2017. They said this and I said we bring it up. Them not things that we would have gone and dig and find them things, I know. But we have some more things to show. So 8 years after they make that, 8 years, we don't hear nothing but 2017. We don't hear much about this thing. I don't even think we have heard anything. But if we heard anything, it must have been little to basically nothing. But 8 years later, this is what happened. 8 years later, we get this. 12,000 have benefited from school bus system in Portland. That they have a new thing coming in. And this gentleman said 12,000 people benefited. Now, the thing about this is that this was before the buses came, right? Because this is right here, I'm saying June 26th, the first 25 rural school buses came to Jamaica. June 26th is the first time buses come to Jamaica. Yet we have this gentleman here saying that, look at it right here. It says 12,000 passengers have benefited from the rural school bus service in Portland since it was initiated in May. He said the rural school bus service was initiated in May of this year. But then when we go and we look right here, we see that the first 25 buses came sometime in June. There it is right there. So the question is then, how can you have 12,000 passengers benefiting from a school bus that's not on the island? Think about that. But then guess what? Bam! Minister come out with an answer. Minister come out with an answer. Here's the answer. Here's the answer, people. Here's the answer.
In Jamaica, they have a saying, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Well, in this case, after all the talk and all the negatives by the opposition, we have a school bus that has been operating in Portland for 9 weeks now. 9 weeks of uninterrupted service to the children. 2 trips in the morning, 2 trips in the evening, and sometimes a third, depending on whether it is necessary. Over 10,000 students in Portland have accessed and benefited from this one bus over the last 9 weeks. So we have not only the inspections that have been done, we have an actual bus to judge the performance, which has been exemplary. So again, I'm just not understanding why the opposition is hell-bent on trying to tear apart this transformative initiative, and I dare say one of the most transformative since independence. Long overdue, should have been done. Any self-respecting country must have a proper school bus system if it is that we are to give the kids the opportunity to maximize their potential.
Okay. Remember what he said. One school bus in May benefiting 10,000. Remember this? More than 12,000. So it went from more than 12,000 to 10,000. No. But Kevin, we need to bring up the chart where producer Joan do. While Kevin, I'll go bring up that chart. I'd like to show you something. Well, Kevin, I'll bring it up right now. Let me see. Boss. Whoa, that's a whole heap of stuff inside there, man. While Kevin is bringing up that chart, remember what the man said. The man said more than 12,000 benefited. Then you just saw him on video saying 10,000. It's a lot. One bus. One bus over the last 9 weeks benefited somewhere between 10 and more than 12,000. Jeffrey, say a few words. I have to take this call. Yeah.
My question is this, is that when you have a minister who can give us an explanation about these buses, and then from when the Minister of Education, Roel Reid, was there, $200 million was spent. Where is that $200 million? Mr. Rattigan, you back?
I'm back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back. No, people. He said, one bus. One bus. And he didn't tell you where the bus went, but he said the bus took care of 10,000 students. Let's start with this. That pilot program, information has come to me indicating that that pilot program ran from Buff Bay in the minister's constituency to Port Antonio. That's his wife's constituency. And it serves students from Buff Bay High with an estimated enrollment of 850 students and Titchfield High with approximately 2,200 students. Only a small group, just dozens of students participated. And despite this, the minister is claiming that over 10,000 students benefited from the bus in just 9 weeks. And we've been told that the initial pilot was held on a single morning, and that was May 5th, 2025. And there's no public evidence to confirm that the pilot continued beyond the launch day. The Observer, by the way, reported a dozen children. Now, I want to play you something. I want to play you something. I want to play you something, people. I want to play you something. Remember, I showed you something where it was reported that he said more than 12,000 students benefited. Then I played you a video where he said 10,000 benefited. Before I get to the math, I want you to listen to this.
Could you repeat what you were saying?
Mr. McKenzie is suggesting that there's a certain level of partisanry on the part of how you allocate certain benefits at the municipal level.
Mr. McKenzie cannot come to this on this platform and say anything like that. What I have done is what he was practicing when he was the mayor. When he was the mayor and he gets the funding from the ministry, he shares it in a 50, 100% basis. He gives the JLP 50% and they take 100%. And it is evident right now that is exactly what I'm doing.
Hold on. That maths doesn't sound right. If you get $100 million, him take 100% and get the PNP 50?
Get half of it.
No, that's not no. Something
that's what he was doing.
No, but you can't have 150% or something, sir. How much would he take and how much would he give the PNP?
If he gets $10 to share for the council.
Yes.
If the PMP would get 100 or $50 out of the $10, and the JLP will get $25.
But hold on, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Arithmetic not right. Him get $10. Him get
all right.
$10.
Let me break it.
So you get him get $10 for spend, right? Total.
And the JLP get $5.
50%, yes. Yes.
Yes.
And the PNP and the JLP and the PNP would get how much?
The PNP gets, whenever time the PNP gets any money, whether $20 or $10, if they get $20, the JLP get $10.
Oh, so
if they get $10, the JLP get $5.
So it's 50-50 share it?
Right.
Oh.
Now remember, the idea was he wasn't coming there to say it was shared equally, you know. Say that.
Jesus.
Saying that. But you hear the math. You hear the math. Now let's go back to this other math here now. 12,000, more than 12,000. Then it went down to 10,000. One bus. One Dege bus. Take a look at this chart here. Now, we did some little research and we found out that there are 3 types of these school buses. First of all, we don't know if the school bus that the minister is talking about, if it's part of the 110. We don't know where that bus came from. We don't know. At least, I don't know where that bus came from, if it's part of the 110 that the taxpayers are bought.
Are you speaking about the one in Portland?
Yes.
That's a very good question, you know.
Yeah, because it came before the other buses. Because
Yes.
the rest of the buses came in June. The first shipment came in June. So the bus that was there before, who bought that bus? I don't know who bought that bus.
I think his wife. I think his wife said it was some friends of them with them helped to buy it or something of the sort.
Well, here's the thing. Let's go to the numbers. It's immaterial who purchased the bus, right? When you look at school buses, they have three types. You see, bus A, that can carry up to between 10 and 30. That's a short bus, 30 students. Bus C, or type C, they call it, it can carry somewhere between 40 and 84 students. And bus D, the big long one, them can carry up to 90 students. So the question we ask, is it 10,000 or 12,000? Because if we say, okay, you know what? Let's say, give him the benefit of the doubt. Bus D, the big bus. Let's say it's a big bus. It's 90. Now, for him, for that to serve 10,000 students, 12,000, he would have to make 133 trips each way per day.
And that will never happen.
Or if it's 10,000, if it's 10,000 children, it would be 111 trips each way per day for him to get to 10 or 12. Here's another thing. Here's all them tricking the people. Here's all them tricking them. Let's use the big bus again. 90, it can hold. 90. And he said sometimes them do 2 trips, they do 2 trips, sometimes 3 trips. 3 nines are 27. That's 270. How do you get 10,000?
Very good question.
How you get 12,000? It's the same picnic them in my carry back and forth and account.
So his math's not adding up at all.
It's the same 270 children if you use the big bus. Same 270 children, unless him carry 270 different children every day. So him say, you children, who know will ride the bus today can't ride the bus again for the rest of the week. We have to bring on another 270. Right or so.
But if for him to do that, Mr. Rattigan, he would have to leave from Portland to St. Thomas to do that.
Look. Yes, because it run from you're right, because it run from it run from Portland to St. Thomas, yeah. Or no, East Portland.
No.
West Portland to East Portland.
Right.
Portland to East Portland, yeah. So, and then look, it served the one that he did, it served 2,200 students from Titchfield and 850 from Buff Bay. That's 3,000. That's 3,050. So how you get 10,000? It's the same it's the same children he's transporting and he's counting them every time he take a trip. He's saying, oh, we have 290 with 270 going this way, and then we go back for them. That's another 270, and then add them up. And guess what, people? When you add up the capacity of the buses for 45 days, you still have a problem with the numbers. Because one of them, if you use the big bus, the number is over 12,000. But then he said 12 first, and then we come back and say it's 10. So 2,000 people, 2,000 children just disappear. Them just disappear.
Yes.
So make we remove this.
They escaped into nearby bushes.
Escaped into nearby bushes. It's not just, and it's worth playing back. It's worth playing back both of them. It's worth playing back both of them. Here is.
You know, in Jamaica, they have a saying, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Well, in this case, after all the talk and all the negatives by the opposition, we have a school bus
a school bus, not school buses, a school bus
has been operating in Portland for 9 weeks now.
45 days it's been operating. for children.
9 weeks of uninterrupted service to the children. 2 trips in the morning, 2 trips in the evening, and sometimes.
Give him 3 trips. Give him 3 trips on the big bus, 3 9s 27, 270 children. Give him 3 trips.
A third, depending on whether it is necessary. Over 10,000 students in Portland have access.
That cannot be right, Mr. Minister. Or you go from having 1 big bus with 270 to 45 days and you have more than 10,000. First you said it was more than 12. Then you come and say it's more than 10. You drop the number. Pretty soon it will be more than 4. This is not right, Mr. Minister.
Access and benefited from this 1 bus over the last 9 weeks. So we have not only the inspections that have been done, we have an actual bus to judge the performance, which has been exemplary. So again, I'm just not understanding why.
We no understand neither. We no understand. Maybe we can understand this man here.
You repeat what you were saying?
Mr. McKenzie is suggesting that there's a certain level of partisanry on the part of how you allocate certain benefits at the municipal level.
Mr. McKenzie cannot come to this on this platform and say anything like that. What I have done is what he was practicing when he was the mayor. When he was the mayor and he gets the funding from the ministry, he shares it in a 50, 100% basis. He gives the JLP 50% and they take 100%. And it is evident right now that is exactly what I'm doing.
Hold on. That maths doesn't sound right. If you get $100 million, him take 100% and get the PNP 50?
Get half of it.
No, that's no. Something
that's what he was doing.
No, but you can't have 150% or something, sir. How much would he take and how much would he give the PNP?
If he gets $10 to share for the council,
yes.
If the PMP would get 100 or $50 out of the $10, and his JLP will get $25.
But hold on, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Arithmetic not right. Him get $10. Him get
all right.
$10.
Let me break it.
Yes, so you get $10 for spend, right? Total.
And the JLP get $5.
50%, yes?
Yes.
And the PNP and the JLP and the PNP would get how much?
The PNP gets, whenever time the PNP gets any money, whether $20 or $10, if they get $20, the JLP get $10.
Oh, so
if they get $10, the JLP get $5.
So it's 50-50 share it?
Right.
Oh.
All right. So now hear the math there, right? That's not math. That's a maths, right? That's a madness. That's what that is, right? And you hear our esteemed Minister of Transportation come out and say, oh, here it is right here. Remember the video we just showed him said 10,000, over 10,000. See that? 12,000. And if you go back and look at it, see it right there? More than 12,000. So the first sentence, the first line, more than 12,000.
You know, right? one question that was not asked or answered. How many students actually traveled in one trip? Or how many students traveled per trip? No, not how many seats on the bus. How many traveled on the bus?
Kevin, give him the full bus. Full it up, 90. That's the maximum. Give him 90.
No, that's the maximum seats.
Yes.
That no means that them carry.
But here's the thing. Remember now, one of the things they talked about was safety. And those buses, you're not supposed to have people standing, and you're not supposed to have more than the 90. So if it's more than 90, then he cannot make the argument that he's doing it in a safe manner. Cannot.
So is one or the other?
Yes.
Yeah, Jeffrey.
And not only that, Kevin and Ratty, those school buses don't have any seatbelt on them. So they
They have
have to.
seatbelts.
Them have seatbelt. Them have
It's
seatbelt.
Oh, yeah, they
bench.
do.
It's
Yes,
lap
yes, sorry, they
belts.
do.
Yeah,
Yes,
them
It's
have
they do.
lap belts.
yes, yes.
Yes. So they have to carry the 90.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Jeffrey. My carry the 90 for the seatbelt them.
Yeah.
And it's
If
about two picnic
again,
and buckle it up with two pick. But you can't, you're not supposed to do that.
again, if you're using seatbelts properly, and if you're going by that number of seats, then yes. Otherwise, from that, there's no logical way that the number of trips that he mentioned will add up to the number of individuals, although it's not the same individuals. I mean, it's not different individuals, it's the same individuals. They're just counting numbers on and off the bus. That's all they did. Okay, so 4 high schools in Portland, even if the bus carried every student from each of the institutions, you still would not get a 10,000.
It won't work.
Thank you, Jazz.
Won't work. Won't work. Hold on.
Sharon ramp rough, sir. 2 kids a seat. So how many seats in each bus? Well, 90 in the big bus that we know. No one is to be standing in those donkey carts. Prosperity charity, yeah, style up.
All right,
sorry, prosperity chariot.
You see, Ratty and Kevin, I know we are not against the rural school bus services. You know, we are not against it. It's the way they go about doing it and the way they go about purchasing these buses.
Oh yes, and I don't know if you heard me earlier, and this is what I'm saying. Something like this, would it go along the way of Jamal? Jamal was an excellent initiative. It was the direction to adult literacy. Out went the PNP, and apparently out went Jamal with it. Nothing else was put in place. So, is this the kind of thing that it gets implemented and then built upon to be made better as time goes on? Doesn't matter the administration, or is it something that goes and dies after the administration leaves to be picked up again from start when that administration comes back?
Well,
which is it?
That is what exactly going on in Jamaica. And it's full time to stop this thing. If PNP starts something and it's working, the JLP come and cut it down. The same with the PNP. PNP come and cut down JLP.
It's ridiculous. It
It is
doesn't
ridiculous.
benefit the country at all. And here we are as individuals continuing to vote for the same foolishness. Why?
Let me show you something. Kevin. See that? Let me show you where this come from. Again, people, we could have get this from other sources, but we actually went to JIS because we don't want nobody Sita JIS, right? Look where it's right there, so Kevin. Look where it's at the top paragraph. Look, the third.
You will facilitate the rollout of the system at the start of the 2025-26 academic year in September, marking a major step in the government's effort to provide a safe.
Oh, stop right there, sir. Stop right there, sir. Don't go past the stop sign. No, we are talking about having more than 90 children on the bus. That's unsafe.
Correct.
Okay.
Facts.
Okay.
Facts.
Meet the people. JIS say, no, I could go down some more. I'll show you. Because we don't stop there saying no. I'll show you something.
Did anybody give out numbers as to how many buses with what capacity would be needed to transport the children that are going to these schools in these areas?
I don't think they did
feasibility study.
A feasibility study, you know. I think because they want to win the election. All is election gimmick, you know. All of this is just election gimmick.
Exactly.
So they did not do a feasibility. They went and they spent $1.4 billion of taxpayers' money. And we mustn't talk about it. We must just leave it alone because the world-class Minister of Transportation and Technology, DARYL Vaz, did it. We mustn't say anything about it. God help us.
Make it make sense, man. Somebody, please. Make it make sense.
All right. Now, you see right that's all? What I'm saying.
Why your mic sound so low, Rebel?
You can't hear me now?
Oh, can you move it from it?
Yeah, parents in rural communities say how expensive it is to send your children to school every day. And in some of these schools, you hear about high truancy. So they're talking about the cost. Now, our understanding of providing transportation for poor people and public school is that it should be free. It should be free.
Okay.
All right?
As education should be.
Yeah, no, the things we are talking about, I can't help but just throwing a little bit of humor. We'll move the story on, but I need to put in this little piece here.
Something. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
and that's what we're saying around here. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. But enough is not enough when we're providing you the information. Enough can never be enough. But with the foolishness, enough is enough. Now, here's where we're going. Look right there. Students will pay a flat fare of $50 per trip per student. So that's $100. It's not free.
So hold on for Mr. Rattigan. The students and the public transport now, if my memory serves me correct, and I'm yet to be corrected, aren't they paying $100 now?
I don't know if they're paying $100 now. I don't know.
But hold on. The next paragraph says, this will result in transport costs averaging $100 per day against the current rate of $300 and $600.
Big problem. They don't tell you the distance.
There you go.
They don't tell you the distance because it's based on distance traveled. So they need to tell you, they need to pick a distance and say, this distance, this is how much our bus. So for example, they say, okay, for us to try to pick up kids at this location and take them to this school, it's going to be $100, we know. But if they had to take a private carrier, this is how much it's going to cost.
In comparison. Okay, cool.
They didn't do that.
But may I?
Yes.
I'm wondering if the minister did all of this only for Portland, but they put it out as if it's for the entire Jamaica. Well, you know why I'm saying that? As what you said, this is not correct. The $100 per day against the current rate between $300 to $600. Is it that Minister Vaz, because his wife got this luxurious bus system and whatever bus, they were talking about Portland and not the wider Jamaica? I'm a bit confused here.
Well, they said they're going. This is supposed to be not just for Portland. It's supposed to be for several parishes. But we all get to it, man. We'll get to it.
And another thing again. Are they gonna go into West Rural St. Andrew, where you and I know some of the roads in West Rural St. Andrew is a precipice all the way down there, sir. So
yes.
when they're gonna pass other vehicles, what happened?
Don't forget that the vehicles, most of the school buses in America, the differential allows for the differential in the buses. They're made for not for hilly country, except if you go to West Virginia and places like that.
Right.
If you buy a school bus in Florida, the differential is going to be different from a differential for a school bus in West Virginia or in Montana, those places. Mm-hmm. So that's another thing you have to do. And you cannot. It would be foolish for you to buy a school bus in Florida and then you go put a differential, pull it down and put a differential in it for climb hills of St. Andrew. it would be prohibitively expensive to do something like that.
But don't be surprised, Mr. Rattigan, the world-class Minister of Transportation, he may have that idea to do it that way, sir, because he has the money to spend.
Well, the other thing what we're going to look at too is see who's going to be doing the maintenance, who's going to be bringing in the parts for those buses, because I suspect, I don't have any proof, I suspect that a politician is going to be attached to a company that is bringing in these parts. And these parts, if they're sold for $10, when they get to Jamaica, they'll be sold to the government for $100. And need I say more except to say, look at the drill. Go ahead.
And I'm going to say this to you now, Mr. Rattigan. Look no further for the person going to bring in the parts. Look no further than in Montego Bay Metro. I would speak to you off the air, sir, why I said that.
Okay. All right. Now, here's what we're going to know. We're going to go through some stuff now that we have analyzed, we have dissected, and we're putting it out there. We're putting it out there. The company that brought the company that on the invoice that we see bringing in these buses, at least 20 of them that we see the invoice on, El Hydro, and the owner, a gentleman, we have two people, shareholders. We have the documents, Philip Scott and Tanya Morgan. We're not going to spend much time talking about the relationship between these people and others today because time is at a premium. But let's keep past this for now. We'll come back to this at some point. Here is our assessment. We do our own assessment, we know we're from government. The practicality of using the school buses, the used school buses from America and Jamaica. It says that if you're using them for urban areas, Kingston, Montego Bay, Mandeville, where you have paved roads and short to medium distances, they're very suitable. As long as you don't not climbing no hill and you're not making no sharp turns. Flat like St. Catherine Plains, Clarendon, mostly flat, few inclines, they're suitable. And by the way, let me just interject to say that I agree with my panelists, my fellow panelists, that we are all in favor of a rural school bus program. Let that be clear. We are all in favor of the government providing transportation for children from rural areas to get to and from school. We support that. What we don't support is how it was done. And also, we look at the timing. They started out this program in 2017, and it's just now we see buses rolling out. 200 million gone in 2017. We don't hear anything more about it. Those are our concerns as Jamaican citizens. So now if we go to coastal towns, Negril, Portland, Outer Ridge, good roads, but with tight turns, mostly suitable. We're not so sure because that bus that can hold 90, the back of that bus, the wheelbase from the back wheel to the end of that bus is, I think them say it's like 6 to 10 feet, So you need special you need drivers with special skills to drive that bus. And on some of these roads, you're going to lick down people when you start make the turn. If you make the turn too sharp, you're going to lick down people stand up on the corner.
Yep.
Right? Now, here's where we're going now. Steep hills, elevation, St. Andrew Hill, St. Mary, parts of Portland, risk of engine strain and overheating. And remember, people, these buses, most of them are what? Automatic transmission.
Yep. And they all.
And they all. Right? We're going to show something about that too. Moderate risk, you have problems. So, and here we go now. Narrow winding roads, if you start about cockpit country, interior hill routes. Difficult for the long, wide buses, the 91 there. You can't use them. Limited maneuverability. And then when you go to poor road conditions, which exist, whether it don't matter whether
everywhere.
Not where, Mr. Rattigan, everywhere.
Everywhere. It says pothole or flooded rural roads, undercarriage risk. It will rip up the bus them. Now let's go to the mechanical and operational considerations. We say if you're going to buy it, you have to look at ground clearance. The standard US buses sit low. They can bottom out on uneven terrain. So you have to choose a higher clearance model. The engine type, diesel preferred, better torque for hills, easier to maintain in Jamaica. So you have to look for Cummins. Government, this is the study one should I do, we are doing it for now. International RCAT. The suspension, the older buses have weak suspension system. So you have to inspect and upgrade the shocks and the springs. And the parts availability, easier for Bluebird Thomas International. Others may be harder to find. We know that those are the three main ones they're using. Climate fit. Some may lack strong air condition or rust proofing because of the tropical coastal weather. So you have to retrofit that. Look at this. The turning radius. The long buses, they struggle on narrow rural roads. You have to use the short or the mid-sized buses. So all of them big long buses that with them up, they have a problem. Let's continue. Best bus types for Jamaica. See, we had to study phone, you know. We had to study phone now. The short type, we can hold up to 30 children.
Yep.
You use that for rural roads, small schools, narrow roads, easier to drive and maintain. The mid-size one, the diesel one, general school transport in urban rural zones, balanced size, power, and repairability. The manual transmission, hilly terrain, experienced driver. We don't have many of those. More control and safety inclined. And the refurbished buses, government or NGO use regular maintenance plans. So you come with upgrades to brake, suspension, and climate. Now we go to critical training areas for school bus drivers. Here's where you have to train them on, you know. Control turning radius, blind spot gear. No matter, you know, every Jamaican have good drive. Every Jamaica is a what do you call it? Indy 500 driver. They will tell you that. But don't make them fool that the children lives you play with now. See all the training them have to get hill and terrain navigation, safe driving on steep inclines. And them say rural parishes have challenging geography. So they have a hard time going up the hills and navigating those turns. Emergency procedures, child passenger safety, defensive control, and speed control. We are run through them, you know, first aid. These are all the pre-trip vehicle inspection, cultural and communication training, background checks. People, these are the things the government should have done that they didn't do.
Yep, because when you're transporting, when you're dealing with children,
you
need to have special certification.
No.
Well, in the US, that is required. I don't know about Jamaica.
The US bus and I go apply the US system. You might as well take care of the children the way the US.
You should.
Another thing again, those buses are left and drive.
Yes. You have a problem at overtake. Well, you shouldn't overtake with this bus.
Well, there's no overtaking.
There's no overtaking with this bus.
How do you know Jamaican drivers are going to overtake?
You can't overtake. And then also some of these places, if you use the big bus with some of these places, you won't be able to make the turn. Like if you go up and you have to make a turn, you can't make the turn. So them going to tell you
just continue go up.
They must tell them, say, come down, come meet us down at the level. Come down, come meet us, forget the bus. You can't come up there.
And that makes no sense.
Now, here is a critical piece. Remember now, folks, we started out with what? We started out with electric buses. Remember, we started out with that, you know. And we talk about how you have a right to the environment, and how the Prime Minister and everybody say, yeah, we'll protect the environment and we're going to get electric buses. Now, we are going to consider, we are compare now and contrast. Here's why you use electric buses. Lower operating costs. Electric buses have fewer moving parts, lower fuel costs, and well, they use fuel and reduce maintenance needs, right?
Well, they use some fuel.
Yeah. Here's another one. International brand offer custom options. Companies like BYD, where they are Jamaica.
Same one.
Same one where they are Jamaica. Then you have Yutong. Then you have VDL and Proterra. Offer flexible sizes, range, and rugged options. Wouldn't it be better to go to these people and sit down and say, we need some buses to deal with the Jamaican terrain? Help us. Want to have. Here it is.
There are parts of China with rugged terrain too.
Exactly. Then we have designed for tougher conditions. Some international brands build buses for rugged or tropical conditions, African markets. And we know that Toyota, them do that.
African and Indian markets.
Exactly.
Sorry, Mr. Rattigan. Wouldn't it be better for the minister to go down to Toyota Jamaica and Spanish Town Road and say, listen to me, Coasters has branded Jamaican market for many years. They have survived roads in this country. It would be better for them to go and spend the $1 billion down there, sir.
Well, I know. You talk about Toyota. Look at competitive pricing and climate and terrain adaptability. BYD, Chinese ones like BYD and Yutong often offer lower upfront costs. And look at the one below that. Brands like Youthang already operate in hilly or hot environments, better fit for Jamaican terrain.
Yep.
And look at that. Look at number 7 people. Number 7 is where them feel. Remember Barbados get for them buses free now. Look at number 7. Using global brands with certified emissions reduction records may attract green grants, donors, and international financing. You can get the buses them for free. You can get the buses, at least some of them you get for free.
So when I say all this, Mr. Rattigan, don't you think that there's something funny with this bus purchasing?
Hey, point it out, Jeffrey.
Because if you are the Minister of Technology, you told the Prime Minister, give me that ministry because I can turn it around. You have not turned it around. You have failed the bus and taxi operators, and now you're failing the students of this country. And you should know that there's grants for these buses because you're the Minister of Technology, the Minister of Transportation. I think we can't fool people, not true.
Look at 9. Look at 9. BYD, for instance, has deployed buses in Barbados, St. Kitts, our region. Then they have South America, Chile, and Uruguay with proven support and delivery. And we have them in Jamaica. Then look at number 10. Remember, we saw in California where the school buses actually send back power to the grid.
Yes.
Send back power to the grid. Look at that integration with solar hybrid systems.
Which is exactly what was proposed in the manifesto about the solar grids being implemented.
Yes. Well, so about Kevin, because time I run out. I want to leave this document for last. I want to leave the document for last. Hold on, let me say something.
Really? You have half an hour, you know?
No, run out for me.
No, would be the last.
Which one is this? Annual operating cost. All right. Let me show you something. All right. People, we're going to show you another assessment what we do. And this one I go put the government to shame. Because this one I go show you now. This one I go show you now how the money I go.
Mm-hmm.
This one I go show you how the money I go. Because we are talking about performance and all of these things, but we're not talking about money yet. And if you notice, we not even touch the bill yet, the invoice. We not touch the invoice yet, you know.
Oh, yes.
And we never put in the VIN numbers yet, you know, for sure the time. And we never sure when them say the boss knew when them say in one of the letters that the boss knew, and we can show that the boss actually manufactured at 2011 or 2010.
Hey, the boss new to Jamaica.
It new to Jamaica.
Been there.
No, it not new to Jamaica. It new to DARYL Vaz. Right wrong with you.
The boss ain't never there Jamaica yet. No.
Here's what we are going to do. We not touch the thing. We not touch the invoice yet. You know. We not touch the relationships them yet. We are run through this. I'm going to tell Kevin today to say, no think we're going to finish. But here's what happened. That's why we put part 1. Here's what happened. We're going to show you something now. The operating costs for the buses where them buy. And we are going to be very generous. We'll give big salary. I think we'll give like $40,000 to the driver. 40,000 US, you know, right? We'll give them big salary because if we really do it by minimum wage, a little above minimum wage, the money that will be that the surplus. When you see the surplus, you're going to say, so what am I do with all of this money? Where this money I go? We don't know. All right, here we go. Boom. Here we go. That good enough, Kevin? Jeffrey?
Yeah, it's all right. It's okay. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Not good.
Yeah.
All right. So now we're doing this now based on, remember now it's $100 a day the kids have to go pay, and it's 110 buses, right? Although them says 100 buses them are use and them are going to keep 10 in reserve or whatever, we still are going to do it for 110, right? We'll make it easy for everybody. So we say, and the amount on the right side is US dollars. So we say, okay, for the 110 drivers, make we say 110, and maybe they even have more, because you may have a driver who drive, certain shifts and another one. But we said, make we give them $4.4 million US dollars a year. All of the drivers, them 100 and whatever the number is. This is what them get. the fuel, diesel fuel, because none of them are electric, come to 2.6 million. Maintaining those buses for the year, 1.6 million. Insurance, 275,000, all US dollars. Parts and repair, $500,000. They were putting the inflation inside there, right? That's almost $1 million, 945. Then we got the total operating cost now. The total operating cost to run the entire fleet for the year is going to be 10.4 million. And we're very generous with the salaries and all of these things because plus we're putting a feature for inflation. Almost $1 million, 945,000, all US dollars. Total operating cost is 10.4 million. This is what we get at $100 a day per student, per the number where the minister talked about. It comes to 40 million US dollars a year for the 110 buses. 40.2. Right? Now you see the operating costs, 10.4.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the revenue, 40.2.
Mm-hmm.
When you go so bam and you subtract it, you get 29.8 million.
Where the 30 million that day?
Where the money there go? Where is that money going? Because remember now, everything covered, parts and operating, insurance, the whole thing, maintenance, fuel, salary, the whole thing. So here it is right here. They have 110 used buses. We're not see the end of this thing. 110 used buses, and each one costs 12.7 million Jamaican dollars, and the total for the 110 buses is 1.4 billion. 1.4 billion each bus. 1.4 billion for 110 buses. Each bus costs average 12.7
million. Yeah.
Now, here's what we are going to show you now. We are going to show you what they did and what it means. What does it mean for the people of Jamaica, the children of Jamaica? You can't say, you never come around at this corner and see this, You cannot say, no. I hope you are right down, I hope you are right down. My Manchester people, my St. Elizabeth people, my people from Cape Cod, my people from Washington State, my people from California, my people from Texas, my people from Florida, my people from Mississippi, my people from North Carolina, my people from South Carolina, my people from Virginia, my people from DC, Maryland, my people in Delaware. I skip some states, but I tell you which part we have viewers. People in Jersey, my people in Connecticut, my people in Pennsylvania, my people in New York. Go all the way up to New England. And my people overseas, Germany, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, all over
everywhere.
You can't say you see this breakdown here now, and say you see how the government are planned for rob this thing here, You can't say you see it now, Make the government come up and say that these numbers are not correct and give us the correct numbers. Here's what happened now. Let me break it down for you. Started it. See? The outrage broken down. What they did, the government, and what it means to you, the people of Jamaica. Look at the first one. The government used 1.4 billion in taxpayers' money to purchase 110 used buses. Go across to the right. What does it mean? This is your tax money spent on second-hand vehicles, not durable, and they have locally appropriate solutions. They could have purchased buses in Jamaica, electric buses. Look at number 2. Instead of making school transport free, they are charging $100 per child per day, adding up to over 40 million US annually. Look at what it means. That's double dipping. Jamaicans are being made to pay twice for the same service. Remember, school bus supposed to be free for the public schools. Supposed to be free. And remember, so much money them when them done every year, so much money them have at 29 million, And by the way, you say parts and repair, you know say at them, I go set something up, so that them can bring in the parts and charge, And don't be surprised if the insurance company or them friends set up that insurance company,
But Mr. Rattigan, if I may, JUTC buses are not insured,
See? And we give them insurance. We give them insurance because they're children. So we say, give them insurance. Something might happen. No, something might happen. Something is going to happen with them buses. And I don't wish it. But this is a clear and present hazard that we're buying into. Look at number 3. The fare revenue collected yearly is 5 times what the buses cost to purchase. 5 times. Look on what it means. It creates a massive profit margin, but no clear accounting where the money is going. Nobody knows where this money is going. And look at this. The government says the system is for poor rural students, but they're profiting off those same families. Look at that. Look at what it means. This burdens the very people it claims to help while enriching unknown players. Look at that. Last one, the program's true cost is hidden and there's no transparency or accountability on who benefits. See that? It smells like a bad deal cloaked as a public good. And the people lose again.
One more time.
The people lose again. Not the party, not politics. The people lose again. The bottom line is, you taxpayers funded this scheme and now you're being billed again. So who's really cashing in? Who?
This is Wheels of Fortune.
People remember the surplus, 29.8 million. No clear accounting where this money is going.
But Mr. Rattigan, you have there, put it back up for me a minute, Mr. Rattigan, please.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
You have, one of the bus costs $12 million, $727, $273. All right?
12.7 million.
27,273.
Yeah, thank you. When you look on the price of the buses, you see used bus going for 5,000, 8,000. How the hell did the minister arrive at these prices?
And also I have some more news that the 110 buses across several parishes, St. Andrew will get 7, St. Andrew 7, St. Thomas 7, St. Mary 7, Portland 7, St. Anne 10, Trelawney 5, St. James 8, Hanover 8, Westmoreland 8, Manchester 7, St. Elizabeth 7, Clarendon 9. We're going to put this up later on. But you're absolutely correct with your point, Jeffrey. You're absolutely correct.
So in other words, Jamaicans, what I want to say, I can't say it on here because I don't want nobody to put no last on the Mina Reggae Global Radio. But Jamaicans, when you wake up, this is stinker than Riverton Dump. This is stinker than the drill saga. I don't understand what's going on here.
And this is our assessment. I mean, like I said, we were generous when we do that. Because when we're doing it, I said, no, but the driver them now going to earn $40,000 or whatever it is. And now we said, no, give it to them. Just make us say, this is our assessment. Make us be generous. We give them. We're generous with fuel, maintenance, everything we're generous with. And we still end up with approximately $30 million in profit, or as they call it, surplus. And we don't know where that money is going.
But they're going to tell you, that neither JUTC, Omnibus, nor the school bus is there to make a profit.
But what are they going to do with this money? What are they going to do with this money?
hold on there for me, Mr. Rattigan. They're going to say to you that the maintenance of the bus going to go to JUTC. But JUTC mechanics will be the one servicing these buses. My question is this, though. When they have all of these school buses around, where are they going to park them? You have some schoolyards in Jamaica that doesn't have any parking lot to park a humongous bus like that. Unless they don't drive back into Kingston and park it in Jamaica House lawn.
Look at this. That's students boarding the school bus in Buff Bay, Portland, while Transport Minister DARYL Vaz looks on. It says is now up and running with dozens of students boarding the bus for the first time on Monday morning. This was the one bus. See that May 5th? See the date right here? That's the bus he's talking about. Now, take a look at this. See that? The pilot program, and I read this before, but it's important for you to see it. The pilot program route ran from Buff Bay in DARYL Vaz's West Portland constituency to Port Antonio in Anne-Marie Vaz's East Portland constituency. So it's right from husband to wife. Them just run it now for them constituency. Mm-hmm. Serve students from Buff Bay High with an estimated enrollment of 850 and Teachfield High with 2,200. So tell me now how you get 10 to... all right, here it is. Only a small group, just dozens of students participated. Despite this, DARYL Vaz claimed over 10,000 students benefited from the bus in just 9 weeks. How you get
Make it make sense.
This
Please.
man,
and thanks.
This man is a disgrace as a member of parliament. And he should be, listen to me, it's full-time DARYL Vaz limit office. Mr. Rattigan, my question to you tonight, sir, in all of this, in your investigating, sir, you see any hanky-panky going on?
Look, Mr. Tavares, remember now, we haven't even started talking about, we have information about the buses in America, where they were bought, right? Who bought them, where they came from, the amount of, we have all of that information, But I wanted to approach the subject from a different angle, at least tonight, part one. We wanted to talk about, look at options and say, look, they could have bought electric vehicles. Not only that, they could have gotten electric vehicles for free. They could have purchased them or gotten them for free.
That is,
and they did not.
And they would have been cleaner and they would have been better for the children of Jamaica. So that's how we wanted to approach it. And show also that the minister is disingenuous when he said that more than, remember now, the first time he said it was more than 12,000. Then he dropped it to 10,000. And then when you look at the students who use the bus, and it's one bus, and that bus can only hold 90 students. So how you get, and it's 3 trips. We give him the 3. Him said 2 trips and sometimes 3. We said, take the 3. We give the 3. 3 9 27, 270. How you get 270 students over a 9-week period? How you get that number to go from 270 for that first day to 22 to 10,000, over 10,000 in 9 weeks later? How you get that?
You know, Mr. Rattigan, these politicians believe that we, the Jamaican people, are a bunch of dodo heads. And that is why they continue doing this to us. My question tonight to the Jamaican people on this program, are we going to sit idly by and allow these people to continue milk this country? Will one of them go to prison? When are we going to stand up in this country and demand accountability? Sir Rattigan, over to you, sir.
No, somebody wrote in the chat, they said that, no, don't hold back. Tell us the whole thing because next week we're going to have another scandal. But
that's true.
Content-rich Jamaica strikes again.
But you see what happened is that we have DJ Kevin Stu coming up and then followed by the rebel. So we have no choice. We don't have no choice. And people, believe me, there's a lot more we have. We have a lot more that we're not showing you right now regarding this thing here. A lot more.
Can you promise us that come next week you'll start with the bus first, sir?
Yeah, we can start with the bus first next week.
Please.
We must drive off with that.
Drive off!
Yeah,
That's not
yeah, Eric Patterson is right. He multiplied 270 times 45. Him right. That's how we looked at it. Right? So when the 270, right? We did this many times over, times 45 is 12,150, right? But here's a problem. Is the same 270 students. Is the same. Remember, look at what he said. He said over 10. Well, I'm going to put it up back. See it right, sir, See it right, sir. 10,000 benefited from the bus in just 9 weeks. See there? See there? It's the same students.
None subtract, none added. So how on earth can you get 10,000?
Rebel and Jeffrey Tavares, a make-up story.
It's the same 270 students.
Yes, we're making up story. Thank God we're doing it. We have some sense.
Yeah, people go, wow. We have Kevin. I think we might have time. The people are clamor for more, Kevin. The people, hey, our people love knowledge, and see them come around us and them know them go and get it. We have
it's now 7:48.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, me not really want to jump on no more because Kevin have a whole heap of things lined up here, so. See a whole heap of things lined up here, so. Let me go to the videos there, man.
Hey, people, put us in the bus file. And it's not everything put up either.
It's not everything put up. We're not put up everything. No.
Start the program at 2 o'clock then.
Oh, I'm telling you, brother, man.
All right. Well,
Jeffrey, you know something I'm mute you.
Hold on. Let me put this.
100 safe, secure, and fit for purpose buses have been.
You hear him say 100 safe, secure, and fit for purpose.
That mean it ready.
Yes.
Purchased as part of the plan rollout. It's actually 110. 100 will go into the system and 10 will be held back for contingency in order to make sure that we have buses to replace existing buses for whatever reason. 26 buses are in Jamaica. 14 additional buses arrived on Saturday of last week. 4 more are en route to Jamaica. And 18 more will be delivered on July 14th, and 28 each will be delivered on the 22nd of July, and the 30th, and the 29th of July. So, in essence, all 110 school buses will be here by the end of July.
And the one thing we can tell you, the 3 trips we might talk about, do that with one of them bus there, and after 3 months, since you love the number 3, 3 months, he broke down.
But Mr. Rattigan, watching DARYL Vaz at that press conference the other day and now, I have watched DARYL Vaz at many press conferences before. And since the whole thing break out with this bus scandal, that man looked very nervous. Him bobbing from one side to the other, and he was never like that when he's talking. He's always confident and stand up and speak, He's like this. I don't know if anybody watching him, but I love to watch these people. I don't read body language. I'm not an expert in reading body language, but something all right, something that bother me mind.
Yep. Like I said, I have labor rights calling me, telling me that this is a disgrace. Them said to me, this is greed. That's what they've said to me. They said, this is greed. Flat out. What do you mean by greed? And them say, him never have to do this. These are his own people telling me this. His own people telling me this.
The people that are telling you this are not labor rights. They're Jamaicans.
The Jamaicans, okay. All right. Make we show something else while we're the one and about Jamaicans. Look at this.
So what you're looking at here is a bus with a Cummins diesel engine, Allison transmission, world renowned, that have a life of 300,000 to 500,000 miles, which means we have another 10 to 15 years based on the mileage of this bus, and most importantly,
based on the mileage of this bus.
Right. So you know at the prize one that them bring out, them bring out the one that we showed earlier.
So I don't know if everybody know about model units. Anybody that goes home shopping in a newly developed community, or even a long time developed community, they will show you a model unit to sell you. That are the model unit.
Right.
Because the other unit them no look so.
but not only that, gentlemen. What does DARYL Vaz know about mechanic work? Why didn't the minister ask a mechanic to explain this bus system, this bus engine to the Jamaican people? Why he pick it up to do it?
Well,
did he go to school for that?
No, the man is Minister of Transportation. What do you mean? The man know these things.
Remember, DARYL Vaz was one of the pioneers of bringing in deportees from Japan to Jamaica. You know.
Right. If it's the deportees, we drew.
Oh, TT just mentioned schoolers. Not TT. OT just mentioned schoolers. OT, the one here for you.
There's only 100 Jamaican dollars per day per student. This school bus system, 100 routes, 258 schools, 328,000 students in the.
When you hear the numbers, people? When you hear numbers, then?
The first phase, within 2 years, we will be able to cover the 850 schools. 650,000 students will be able to go to school every morning in a safe, economic, efficient service. Big up yourself. Yeah. See that? September morning. Come in, schoolers. Come in.
Come in, Rebel. Come in. Jeffrey, you ready for Hey, you're muted. You're muted.
Yeah,
Jeffrey, ready for September morning?
OT, the one here for you, because you mentioned schoolers.
Only 100 Jamaican dollars per day per student. This school bus system, 100 routes, 258 schools, 328,000 students in the first phase. Within 2 years, we will be able to cover the 850 schools. 650,000 students will be able to go to school every morning in a safe, economic, efficient service. Big up yourself. Yeah. See that? September morning. Come in, schoolers. Come in.
Within 2 years. Which 2 years?
Hold on for me. I just spoke to a member of the transport community in Jamaica a while ago. A student pay $100 from halfway through up to Papine. All right?
One way. Yeah. This is $100.
Right. So isn't the same? But is it the same thing they're gonna pay?
No, this is $100 a day versus $100 one way.
Right.
$100 a day.
Yes.
Yeah. And then
$50 each way. $50 each way.
Oh.
And what I am getting from it is it don't matter if you're going from half a tree to JC or half a tree to George's.
Mm-hmm.
It's $100. That's what I get from it. Now, is that how it is? That's a different question.
And not only that, the minister did not say how are they going to pay. Are they going to use the same system that JUTC have, this card system you swipe? Or are you going to give the person who is driving the bus the money? They never say who's going to collect the money.
You pay at school, man, and school turn it over to the, you know. You know. Him no know. Him no know. Make him know now. Make him know. Make him know.
Make God
Rebel.
help us.
Rebel, make him know.
But student and JUTC pay $30 now.
$30 per trip. $30 per trip?
Yes. So I don't understand what's going on.
But they don't. I don't know how the bus thing work now.
Yeah, I don't want to go Mr. Ratigan program.
So, people, 4 minutes. Reggae Global Radio, Kevin Stew. I got none.
When you put up back the producer Jones the slide the slide presentation there. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
No, Mr. Ratigan, this confused me because if students are paying $30 on JUTC now, something not adding up, something not right somewhere. What? Oh, Jesus.
Look, folks. Them have 8 years to concoct and develop this scheme, you know. Because remember, the first time was 2017 and 200 million, them can't account for that. Do not forget that 200. And that was just the first phase. Them said, we don't know how many phases took place. But one thing we know is that the 3 people in the picture we saw, they're responsible for a lot of money. A lot of money not going to the children. Dean Roy Bernard, Grace McLean, Ruel Reed. All 3 of them. And in 2017, they're responsible for that. When I say responsible, they were at the ministry. And look, you have the minister, you have the permanent secretary, and you have somebody that became the acting. And them run the ministry and the money gone. So who we supposed to look to? Look to
and
the
advisors there too.
Yeah, who we supposed to look to? The janitor? People, listen, it's 7:57. And Kevin, me I get a whole heap of calls. I say, go, no man, go. I say, me can't go over. Kevin have him thing plan, and me have my thing plan. And I say, no, go. I said, no, let's do what Jeffrey said. Jeffrey said, make we start the bus next week with the bus story. Make we start the bus
program, yes, with the bus story, yes.
But when we want to, we also want to show them something. See this? See that? The truth will set you free. But first, it is going to make you miserable. And this is my message to the minister. And all of those. This all of them. All of them. Because I'm looking at the minister now and I'm look disheveled. Him look away. Him look away. Because you know what? He might get pressure from within his own party, not to mention outside. But he's getting pressure from within his party, saying, no, the way you do wrong. This is not right. This is not right. This is look, the truth will set you free. But first, it is going to make you miserable. And for all of those who support a political party of which the minister is affiliated with, and you don't want, you're hurt to your core, stop and think to yourself. Stop and think and ask yourself, is it right what he's doing? And what the government is doing to the children of Jamaica, the rural. I remember now, them schools, Jeffrey, not the best schools, And by the way, why we have spent so much money on buses and we not spend it on the schools and teachers?
Thank you. $1.4 billion and some dilapidated old shaped bus.
Yeah, we have take them go to school, which part Kuru and Yamount the Wood. Them can't get to the.
But them must sit down and over teach them.
Yeah. The teachers them not there. We are spending all of this money for. By the way, people, we have another story coming up, with a security. Sarah just get contract to Kenny Benjamin and some other people over one.
Up a road later.
We're gonna talk about that later. Anyway, people, here what. Let me just. So, listen. I want to thank everybody for coming on the program today. It was my pleasure. You can't tell me just I get started, right? I get revved up to go. But duty calls for Kevin, so Kevin have to go deal with him thing. And so Jeffrey, I want to thank you for coming on. I want to thank TT, I want to thank Yvonne, I want to thank George. That was it? Yeah.
And the lady.
Well,
the birthday.
Yeah, that's Yvonne.
Okay.
Yeah. So listen, people, big up on yourself. I'll catch you 10 o'clock tonight, 2 hours from now. Jeffrey, thanks again. Big up on yourself, everybody.
Yeah, man, respect.